Thank you, Elizabeth, and thank you for being such actual in time. So, moving on, the next speaker is Vasilios Georgopoulos from Deloitte, and he will be presenting us aspects of technology for fighting fraud. Vasily, the floor is yours for 15 minutes. Please go ahead. We cannot hear you, Vasilis. At least I cannot.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Good morning. I'm Vasilios Georgopoulos. I'm a representative of Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, and I'm currently working at Deloitte. I'm an assistant manager in forensic and disputes, and I'm an IT forensic and e-discovery expert. Before that, I'm working for Deloitte for 3 years, and before that, I was an IT forensic expert witness in Greece for 5 years. Some of the cases that I have been involved with and requested to investigate are cases that regard bribery and corruption, misappropriation of assets, financial statement fraud, cybercrime, industrial espionage, intellectual property theft, homicide, child abuse, and many others. I'm here today to present the solutions that we currently utilize as fraud examiners and forensic examiners, and the technology that we actually need to fight all this fraud. Before start talking on how we can utilize technology to fight fraud, let's see why this is important and what difficulties technology assists us in solving. Fraud has no nationality, no borders or profession. Fraud does not discriminate, no matter the size of the company or the nature of its business. According to ACFE and the report to the Nation study, fraud costs every year an estimated average of 5% of the revenue of an organization. In a worldwide scale, that's more than $4.5 trillion, and that's with a T. The impact of the fraudulent activities might not only be monetary, but also can damage the reputation of a company, where sometimes this is even more costly and can jeopardize the business continuity. So, how fraud is usually detected? According to the report of the Nation study of ACFE, the most common way of detecting fraud is usually through tips received by an organization from various communication channels, such as whistleblowing lines. Other ways of detecting fraud within an organization is internal audit functions or management review processes. Usually, an investigation starts from a small piece of information that indicates a discrepancy and can become a hydra, where collecting information and digital evidence from just one or two persons can lead to a massive collection of dozens of people and millions of documents. So, what do you do? How do you manage such big data that's mainly unstructured data? Of course, here the answer is technology, as probably in many other aspects of our lives. During a fraud investigation, the data that needs to be examined usually consists of millions of documents. So, how technology can help us identify and verify fraud and prove or disprove the fraud itself or an allegation regarding a fraud? In digital forensic, in IT forensic and discovery, we mainly use the electronic discovery reference model. Digital devices are a gold mine of electronically stored information. Things such as emails, logs, browsing history, GPS location, and many other artifacts are available to an IT forensic investigator for analysis. IT forensics, like every other forensic science, is the science of handling digital evidence in a forensically sound manner. The ADR model is the governance framework that is being followed for every e-discovery and IT forensic case. As an investigation goes through the different stages of the ADR model, the scope is to decrease the volume of the documents that need to be reviewed while increasing their relevance. As mentioned before, a fraud investigation begins with identification of the incident through the various channels we just mentioned. After gathering information regarding the fraud, the company and the investigators have to identify the data in scope. Who are the custodians? What are the devices they are using? Do they have corporate laptops? Do they have corporate mobile phones? And try to identify any other information regarding the incident that's going to be investigated. Digital evidence are stored on a digital device, of course, and can be stored for a few minutes, a few hours, or for a very long time. Based on the type of the fraud and the type of the evidence that needs to be examined, we have to determine and decide in a timely manner how the evidence is going to be preserved until and after the collection of the evidence. So the evidence will be collected and preserved as soon as possible and with the right way. Collection of digital evidence is possible for many devices, such as laptops, mobile phones, or even cars and washing machines. And there have been criminal cases in the past where logs from a car or a washing machine gave the answer to an investigation. Special hardware is always used during the collections, such as write blockers, in order to be able to preserve the integrity of the collected source. The integrity and authenticity, of course, of the collected evidence is also being preserved by using chain of custody procedures and special forensic software. During the processing stage, a combination of tools for IT forensic and e-discovery services are being used to ingest the evidence in a way that are available to investigators during the next stage of review, in fast and robust and forensically sound way. During the analysis, the discovery and analytics platform help the investigator understand his data. Knowing and understanding your data is one of the most important parts of the investigation. Timeline analysis, communication analysis, link analysis, where also concept analysis of words or phrases are a huge part of the investigation lifecycle. This analysis provides the investigator with a first screening of the data and assists the investigator to have an early case assessment and design appropriate strategies for the review process. Analysis also helps to narrow down the volume and starts increasing the relevancy of the collected evidence that need to be reviewed. Reviewing the data is a process where the investigators utilize keywords, concepts, dates, or any other available information relevant to the incident in scope, and they're starting to identify relevant documents, artifacts, dates, or any other available information. At this point, a collection of 5, 10, or even 100 million documents starts to narrow down, and thus becoming a more manageable set of documents of 30, 40, or 50,000. As a review of such great number of documents is almost impossible in a timely manner and has a huge cost in man-hours, we utilize machine learning, or as it's called, technology-assisted review, where the investigators teach the algorithm of what is relevant and what is not. After a few runs, the relevancy score of each document is calculated and derived from the frequency of the words used within these documents that are relevant, the communications fields of the emails, and other information were altogether combined, and the technology-assisted review algorithm narrows down the results even more to a manageable size of 4, 5, or 10,000 documents. Finally, after the review is finished and the evidence that has been found to prove or disprove an incident or an allegation, the investigator creates a presentation or an expert witness report that's produced for internal, external, or judicial use with the results of the investigation. Sometimes, if authorities, government bodies, or regulators are involved in this investigation, they request a protection of the evidence, which usually happens when in the investigation, authorities such as PCOB, ECC, or SEC are involved. So, how this all works in a real world? real-world scenarios. I'm going to present you with 3 cases about company data theft, asset misappropriation, bribery and corruption that happened just this year. So let's talk about company data theft. Company X lost 3 tenders in under 4 months, worth more than 14 million euros. Company Z, that won the tenders, had recently hired a retired employee from Company X. Company Z wanted to investigate this issue. Thankfully, the electronic devices of the retired employee were kept by the company. And the company decided to utilize IT forensic services. During the analysis of the electronically stored information, it was proven that the employee had access to company data even after his retirement through cloud instances. This investigation only lasted 1 week, and we managed to prove what has been done. Another case of asset misappropriation and kickbacks. Company X identified a discrepancy in its process of allocating rebates and allowances towards its customers. Several complaints were filed from the customers regarding pending amounts to be attributed. During the investigation, the devices of 12 employees were collected, consisting of 32 million documents. Utilizing communication analytics, technology-assisted review, the relevant documents that for this case were narrowed down to approximately 2,500 documents. The investigation resulted in quantifying an amount of 2.8 billion euros in damages. It also lasted just a little bit over 3 weeks. Regarding bribery and corruption, a company received a whistleblowing tip from an unknown third party regarding a supplier and a certain product. After an initial business intelligence investigation, it was decided to collect the digital devices of 1 employee. The review of this employee's data and communication led to a collection of digital devices of 8 more employees from various departments of this company, where 5 of them found to be engaged in improper behavior. The collected data were more than 25 million documents. Utilizing again communication analytics, technology-assisted review to find relevant documents, the relevant documents were narrowed down to just 600 documents. And I'm saying again, from 25 million. The investigation resulted in quantifying an amount of 1.4 million euros in damages for this company and lasted just 4 weeks. For investigators of fraudulent activities, we know that 2, 3, or 4 weeks for such an investigation is a really small amount of time because usually it takes months. So we can understand that utilizing technology procedures such as e-discovery and IT forensic can greatly assist a fraud investigation, reducing greatly the time, the cost, and increasing the accuracy of what is being investigated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vasilis, and thank you for being on time. With no further ado,
I did my best.
Yes, you did. With no further ado, we move on to our last speaker. For any questions, unfortunately, I'm informed that we have no time. If there either are like 2 or 3 minutes at the end of the session, maybe we can take some questions at the end. But let's continue with Frank Casino from University of Piraeus, who's going to present us a blockchain-based forensics model for financial crime investigation. Fran, the floor is yours for about 10 minutes as requested. Thank you.
Okay, hello. I think you need to stop sharing your screen before I can share mine.
Yes, Vasilis, can you please stop sharing the screen? Vasilis from Deloitte. Okay, maybe the organizing group from Piraeus can help us with that. Can you please switch the share screen? Okay, thank you.
Okay, sorry. So let's go. So thank you for the introduction. Basically, what I want to tell you before today, it's about the blockchain-based financing model for fighting the investment financial crime. This is the outline of my presentation. Basically, I'm going to introduce a bit what is a blockchain concept and the context of financial crime and some investment statistics. Then we move on blockchain-based digital forensics and case scenario for investment, the methodology we use very briefly, and some testing experiments that we did to prove that the model actually has a good performance and works properly, and some final remarks and considerations. So, as you know, I don't need to recall blockchain, maybe that blockchain is a distributed peer-to-peer link structure in which many entities and actors can interact without the need of a trust authority. And this is true due to the inherent characteristics of blockchain and the use of hashes to link every block and transaction of the system. The blockchain in the beginning was devoted to accommodate the use of cryptocurrencies. Nevertheless, after the appearance of smart contracts, the possibilities expand almost exponentially. So, in the other side of the balance, we have financial crime. There are myriads of kinds and types of financial crime. I'm not going to go through them or recall them. In this case, we focus on the investment schemes, which are basically can be defined as the wrongful conversion of property of another user, actor, entity, you name it, for the criminal's benefit. And in this regard, one of the most common schemes is the unauthorized withdrawals from customers' accounts. Usually, one of the investigation paths that it's used to detect embezzlement is the review of source documents to confirm or refute the allegations of the involved parties. You have in the right some numbers about embezzlement. I won't go into details like sex or age. But it seems that, as you can see, 48 years old is the average, so it means some maturity. So we imply that the criminals understand and know how the system works. And we have some important and relevant numbers in terms of impact and economic losses for companies. Moreover, which is very relevant, if you see in the bottom right, part of the image, is that these kind of crimes are hard to be discovered, since most of these schemes are during from a long period, and more than one quarter in this case are extended in time more than 5 years. So we move on to what is called blockchain-based digital forensics. Which is the use of blockchain to enhance digital forensic investigation. In this regard, you can see here what are the main categories in which these approaches are applied. Nevertheless, the literature in the research field is in its infancy still. So you can see that mainly contributions start appearing in 2018, 19, and 20, of course. There have been some works, but still it's an area that needs more exploration. So the idea that we wanted to recall here is how to use blockchain to to perform financial forensics investigation or to help. To do so, we propose an embezzlement case scenario, and which these are the main ingredients for this case scenario. We have that in this case, investigation is triggered by an oral complaint by a client who was contesting the balance record in his saving account. We have also that physical records are missing. And what we discover is that there was a network of 10 clients with similar characteristics of the ones that Alice, the first client, showed. Mallory, which is the criminal, will tap into customer saving accounts to wire funds without authorization for more than 5 years and proceed with these unauthorized withdrawals. He used, we cannot say it's a bug, it's an option of the system, which is called an operation which is called cancel transaction to mark down this embezzled money. And in this example, the amount is small, but he could make it to embezzle $300 by performing unauthorized transactions. So this is a very schematic overview of how this was done. So basically what you can see here is that Mallory is sending and receiving transactions that he is creating between several clients to move several amounts of money, hiding the total operation costs. And nevertheless, in the end, after moving this money, the balance that he has in the end is positive, and for some of the clients is negative. Note that this approach is repeated constantly with more clients, so it's not a static scenario. So in terms of the forensic methodology that we use to investigate embezzlement, here you can see a list of well-known forensic models and guidelines. If you go through them, you will see that in a hierarchical perspective, most of them share the same steps, which something happened with the which are going to be basically identification, collection, acquisition. Also, we need to mark here a very relevant aspect, which is custody changes inside this category. We have the analysis of the evidence and discovery, which is mainly reporting, disclosing, sharing with the other partners, and finally going to the court. In terms of the embezzlement scenario and the case use that we are focusing now, we parse these forensic steps into the ones that you can see in the middle figure, which are the registering of a new case. In this regard, in the embezzlement case, we have to report the incident, to initiate a fraud investigation, and to classify it as embezzlement. We have to register the evidences, which are range from the data from accountings, transactions, CCTV files to link the criminal with the time when transactions and withdrawals were performed. For example, the core banking system, testimonies. Later, we have an analysis of this evidence, which can be made using correlation, transaction correlation, identification, and tracking of the whole modus operandi. We have also the reports to identify the criminal activities and support the evidences. And in the end, what we have is the final summary with all the information of the case that can be presented in court. In order to do all of this in a forensic sound manner, and especially regarding to the chain of custody, we need to fulfill these categories that we have below, these features, which are integrity, traceability, authentication, verifiability, and security. So in terms of integrity, we can, thanks to the use of hashes, we can guarantee that the the evidences have not been tampered. They can be traced at any moment by any of the actors involved of the authentication. Only the actors involved have clearance to observe and to see what happens in the case. And all of them can verify that all of this chain of custody was performed in a sound way. And in terms of security, of course, we have the fact that nobody cannot tamper the evidence, and everything is transferred with security. This is the bird eye architecture of our system. Basically, what we
sorry.
have, yes,
we have less than 2 minutes, please.
Okay, I will speed up. I'm finishing. So this is the architecture. Mainly, we are going to map all of these previous steps into a smart contract and to be written in the blockchain. We did some experiments using a different set of tools under Ethereum. I'm going to skip the functions. We here just mentioned that we are going to use off-chain data storage to provide better performance to the system. So we are going to store only hashes in the blockchain, and the actual files we are going to store them in off-chain data storage. This is a very brief example of the query and the data introduction to the system. So we created a smart contract, and we created a graphical interface to query the information in the blockchain and to add more information to this. And finally, just to highlight some benefits of the architecture, we provide several features. As I said before, they are all related with the chain of custody, and in addition, data mining purposes where all the data and these hashes and these reports can be later correlated to speed up for the criminal investigation. And of course, we have some challenges to be solved, which are better collaboration in cross-border investigations, because we have different policies and different practices that hinder cybercriminals prosecution. We have the issue of GDPR and data erasure, in which, due to the immutability of blockchain, sometimes with when some kind of data and personal data is stored, it cannot be deleted. So we cannot use one of the features of forensic flows that is related to the last step, which is the deletion of the evidence when the case is closed. And of course, the scalability, which is partially enhanced by the use of private blockchains and hashes, but there are still issues when many users interact in these systems. So here, this is more or less what we wanted to say. Due to time constraints, we couldn't explain everything we wanted, but I hope that you got more or less the general idea and concept. Thank you.
Thank you, Fran. Thank you very much. So I'm being informed that we have no time for questions. So I believe that the best case scenario would be for anyone to forward any questions to the organizing committee emails, and we can distribute them to the corresponding speaker. So following up, this concludes the first session for today's e-conference. And I am leaving the floor to the next chairing speaker to follow up. So thank you from my side. Thank you, Veni. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we will have the opportunity to have a long discussion during our real conference. So let's move to our next session. I would like to ask, according to the program, Ilias Plaskovitis. Is he with us?
Yes, Venia. Can you hear me?
Hi, Ilias. Hi. Yes, we do.
Hello. I'm afraid I don't have the camera access, so you will have to listen without picture if this is not a problem.
No worries, Ilias. You will have your special session during the conference. So okay. Give us some hints about the Greek banking system.
Yes, well, hello to everybody. It's It's going to be a non-technical and a brief intervention. So I would like to refer those that would like more detail to the 6-monthly financial stability report, which is translated in English and uploaded on the website of the Bank of Greece. It offers an analytical, objective, and up-to-date picture of the state of the Greek banks and of the financial system as a whole. So in this brief intervention, I would like to focus on a few crucial facts and challenges that the Greek banks face. Let us start with the good news first. Now, all the Greek systemic banks have capital ratios safely above supervisory requirements. The most crucial one, the core equity tier 1 capital, CET1, is at 15.6% on average. The second issue is that we observe an uninterrupted return of household and company deposits, which, in combination with the highly expansionary monetary policy operations of the European Central Bank, keep the liquidity within comfortable levels. As a matter of fact, we did not observe any exit of deposits after the lifting of capital controls last September in 2019. Pre-provisions profits are significant, based on substantial net interest income margins and a below EU average operational expenditure. Finally, on governance issues, critical procedures with respect to risk assessment, anti-money laundering, and adoption of up-to-date digital technologies have greatly improved in recent years. But there also remain critical challenges. First, and most importantly, is the level of non-performing exposures, which is about 40% of total exposures compared to about 3% in the EU average. The need to take provisions for such a high credit risk absorbs almost all the operational profits, restricts the capacity of the banks to extend new loans to healthy borrowers, and thus they cannot serve their role in adequately financing the real economy. It also, of course, explains the very low price-to-book value of the shares of Greek banks, currently standing at less than 20% of the book value. Now, what are the reasons for all this? First of all, of course, we cannot ignore the deep financial crisis of the period mainly 2010-2016, which rendered many borrowers unable to serve their debt. Unemployment was tripled, many firms closed down, and so on. So this result is not a surprise. But there are other reasons as well. For example, horizontal measures that were taken with the intention to protect exposed borrowers, and in the end of the day have led to a complete stoppage of enforcement against delinquent borrowers, destroyed actually payment culture, and created a substantial number of what we call strategic defaulters, i.e. borrowers that could pay wholly or partially, but refused to pay because no enforcement measures could be implemented against them. And third, I would add the inadequate capacity and maybe lack of will to a certain extent from the banks to implement long-term effective loan modifications, restructurings of viable business, coordinated response to common borrowers, i.e. those that have a debt to more than one bank at the same time, and all this. All these factors have taken their toll, and I mean, we are led to the picture that I have just described you, whereby, as I said, about 40% of total exposures are characterized as non-performing. Another legal issue, also of course stemming from the 2008 financial crisis, is the high percentage, about 50% actually, of deferred tax credits in the CET1 capital of Greek banks. Now, why is this a problem? Well, because in the eyes of the market and of the supervisor, while CET1 is real capital paid in, deferred tax credit is a promise of the state that it will be paid in the future if the bank's P&L on a solo basis shows net losses. So vis-a-vis real money, we get a promise. But that's not all. The real problematic element is the conditionality linked with this payment. If DTC is triggered and paid, the receiving bank must issue an equivalent amount of common shares to be transferred to the state as a compensation for this payment. This clearly dilutes existing shareholders and represents a big obstacle to attract fresh private capital. In fact, it is a permanent threat of pending nationalization. Now, in response to these challenges, a number of initiatives from the Greek state, the Bank of Greece, and the European Central Bank have been undertaken, and several are already in full implementation. First of all, the main regime that distorted payment culture, which is the so-called Katseli law, the law that offered a horizontal protection of primary residence to borrowers, and which, in the way it was applied, at the end of the day, protected thousands of non-eligible or strategic defaulters. This regime has now finished, is ended, and any pending cases are going to go through a completely different procedure. Instead of having the long delays of an open trial with audience, lawyers, etc., the procedure is now an exchange of documents between the judge and the borrower, which is a much faster procedure and can end this situation in a very brief period of time. The second big step was, of course, the creation of non-performing loan services, independent servicing company, which get a contract from either a fund that owns NPLs or a bank to service these loans, these portfolios, in a much more effective and with a much greater know-how and incentive than was the case when the NPLs were served with the banks. The Bank of Greece has licensed more than 20 such independent companies now, creating a full market in this area. The other thing that I would like to mention, and of course is something that is a recent event, is the great push and support offered for the securitization of non-performing portfolios by the Hellenic Asset Protection Scheme, the so-called Hercules project, whereby the Ministry of Finance, the Greek state, guarantees the senior tranche of the securitized non-performing loans, and in this way significantly reduces the risk and facilitates the transfer of NPLs from the bank's balance sheet onto independent investors, usually distress funds and so on. And finally, I would say that, well, not finally, but a fourth main step is the complete overhaul of the insolvency legislation of the country. There is a very crucial change taking place here. The new law is expected to be voted before the end of July. and it introduces several novelties, I would say. The most important one is, of course, for the first time, the insolvency of a physical person, because up to now, we only had insolvency of legal persons. But it also introduces a rather efficient out-of-court workout. It introduces restructuring procedures for viable business and so on. This is an important piece of legislation that is expected to push things in the right direction. And finally, I would like to mention that the Bank of Greece is preparing a more holistic proposal, which is to create a centralized asset management company that would tackle the remaining after Hercules stock of NPLs, as well as the DTCs, to a very substantial extent. Our working hypothesis is that all these could return the critical magnitudes, namely NPLs and DTCs of Greek banks, close to the EU average over the next 2 to 3 years. Well, before I end, unavoidably, I should say a few words, I believe, about the current COVID-19 pandemic. Not much to say because, first of all, we do not yet have actual data from the banks. But in any case, we do not expect to register its impact on the first or second quarter of 2020. Any impact will show up mainly towards the end of the year and in the first half of 2021. Massive state support measures and supervisory flexibility will certainly mitigate the extent of loss, but loss will be. With respect to NPLs, we expect an extra input of 6 to 10 billion euros. It is quite a long range, but a big range, but it is not possible under the current uncertainty conditions to be more specific. Capital buffers will be partially eroded and profitability will turn negative. However, to end in a more optimistic mood, this is a temporary setback. All international institutions and independent researchers expect a return to normality by end 2021 or early 2022. And indeed, if the fundamentals are right, such one-off external shock cannot create permanent damage. So I would stop here and thank you for your attention. I don't know if you have any questions or if there is any time for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elias. Indeed, your closure was optimistic. You gave us a lot of food for thought, and I think we can work on that and have maybe a more focused session during the conference. Thanks again. We thank Elias Plaskovitis, advisor of Governor, Bank of Greece and SSM. Thank you very much. So the floor is given to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Angelos Dernedanos from the Bank of Greece. Angelos, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me, and good afternoon to everybody, and thank you for being here at this time last day. It's always a challenge to talk after Professor Plaskovitis, which is our member of the Supervisory Board. I will try my best to keep you interested. I will talk about digital customer onboarding and the Bank of Greece's new regulatory act. I will try to capture your attention in a quarter of an hour to give you some basic information and keep you interested for the future. Okay, thank you. Sorry for that. Okay, sorry, I start. Digitalization and digital transformation are hot topics nowadays, especially under the current circumstances, and create great opportunities. Financial transactions and business relationships get more and more digitized, and customers expect instantaneous access and delivery channels of financial products and services. Opportunities also involve reduced costs, improved customer experience, increased the speed of transactions, quick account opening, continuous access to services online, and broader geographical reach. Everybody is able to open an account worldwide from everywhere now. Christine Lagarde recently said in a speech that the pandemic is likely to shift the economy towards more distancing via more digitalization. Although we live in times in which projections could be rather precarious, digital services will probably develop faster than expected. And as expected, those opportunities go hand in hand with challenges. And now coming to challenges, banks are obliged to move swiftly from traditional face-to-face interactions to non-face-to-face online channels. Specialists say they would have to adapt or die. New risks emerge. A basic one is fraud through impersonation. That means creation of a synthetic identity by mixing real and fake information. Criminals also become more and more technologically sophisticated. They commit cyber attacks on large databases, man-in-the-middle attacks, potential stuffing, and very sophisticated techniques. All the above, of course, have an impact on money laundering and terrorist financing to risk exposure. We should take most benefit from innovative solutions to address compliance challenges and meet KYC requirements. Now let's come to our new regulatory act, which has been issued by the Bank of Greece, Executive Committee Act 172 on the 29th of May, which is issued within the ML framework and money laundering framework, which lays down this act the terms and conditions for digital customer onboarding by banks and other supervised entities. In particular, just to talk a little bit briefly about the legal basis, provisions are part of customer due diligence measures of Article 13, paragraph 1 of ML law, requiring to identify the customer and verify his identity on the basis of documents, data, or information obtained from a reliable and independent source, as specified these provisions in paragraph 551 of Banking and Credit Committee Decision 281, which is the basic AML regulatory framework. These terms and conditions aim to set the ground for the reliable verification of any natural person onboarding, but also for legal representatives and beneficial owners of legal persons, with a view to mitigate the risk arising from non-physical presence. The Act has a combination of organizational, technical, and procedural measures which are set out to ensure a reliable identity verification of natural persons and prevent identity fraud. Now let's quickly come to the eligible methods and ID documents. The first and basic method is the video conference with a trained agent, which provides the greatest degree of reliability and may be considered equivalent to physical presence. We could ask ourselves which of the following situations is more risky: a customer with an old ID card physically present in front of a bank employee, or a customer digitally identified by a trained employee supported by biometric software. We should think about that. And the second method is automated procedure via dynamic selfie, which of course should enable liveness check. And this is subject, this method, to additional ML safeguards. And these safeguards, briefly speaking, involve the proof of existence of account in another EU or FATF country financial institution, through a first credit from it or through other reliable ways. We're not prescriptive because we want from the FIs to be able to prove this existence of the account. And we want also to take into advantage PSD2, collaboration between big banks and small players through open APIs. And another alternative is to set a threshold of 15,000 for customers' annual credits. In terms of the eligible documents, of course, we're talking about genuine ID documents, sample of which are included in the EU Public Register of Authentic Travel and Identity Documents Online, the so-called PRADO. These documents should incorporate machine readable zone, MRZ, and two advanced optical security features, a photo and signature of a person, so most notably we should have in mind passports. In terms of the national ID cards, which have been the main challenge for us because we are bound by this specific document in Greece, which have quite low security features, as everybody is aware, and we hopefully think that we will be soon able to have better quality identities, we hope quickly. So, national ID cards issued by Hellenic police with Latin characters are accepted as an exception if the video conference method is used, subject to authenticity check through the central portal of the public administration. Now I will share with you some of my notes that somebody should have in mind when reading this regulatory act. To be frank, it's not the usual act, it's not a classical regulatory act. It has its combination of traditional regulatory risk-based provisions and prescriptive technical safeguards and controls. There are multiple legal variables which have a part, apart from the ML framework, which is the basis. We have the IDAS principles and technical provisions that should be taken into account. Specificities of our tools, of course, GDPR and record-keeping particularities, for example, special consent needed for biometric checks, and the legislative act on measures to address the effects of COVID-19. The most important for us is the setup of a central port of public administration, which is going to be used for verification of some identity data. We hope that you also find it a modern act incorporating European supervisory authorities' revised risk factor guidelines, which are not yet issued but are currently under presentation. And we have picked a very balanced mix and ideas from international literature and from other countries' respective regulations. Basically, we took a close look to Switzerland, Germany, and Austria, which were the main sources we used. We consider that provisions are neutral enough to avoid being outdated by rapidly evolving technology. We have common novelty, I think, that we have. We try to avoid duplication because we have many measures that could be also valid for video conference and for dynamic selfie. We try to avoid duplications and complexities, so we have a common set of safeguards and controls. Of course, robust biometric checks are a critical element of the process, and then we have some additional controls that may be done for video identification. We would also like to note the very productive consultation we had with Hellenic Telecommunication and Post Commission, and of course the private sector, which led improvements, more simplicity, homogeneity, and sectoral neutrality. And just a distinction, which is, I think, worth making here, is that the ED proposal for issuance of qualified certificate for the trust services within the EIDAS framework may have similar provisions, but we should be clear that we have different legal basis, scope, and purpose. And the new regulatory act takes advantage of additional controls which can be applied by financial institutions and the long-standing nature of the business relationship. To sum up, because we don't have much time and we want to speak more in detail in the conference, The new Act sets the ground for reliable and secure customer onboarding on the basis of a wide range of safeguards and controls which compensate for the absence of physical presence. We consider that it encourages the development of flexible and technologically innovative product delivery models, ensures a level playing field for domestic institutions in a rapidly changing international environment. It becomes all the more important in the current circumstances of the COVID-19 pandemic, as it creates delivery channels compatible with social distancing. And is expected to act as a force for digital transformation in the financial sector. Thank you for your attention. That's all from my side.
Thank you very much, Angelos. I have a question, but I'll keep it for the end. Our next speaker is Tafoula, Bank of Greece, and head of Fintech Hub. Tafoula, the floor is yours.
Kalimera. First of all, I would like to thank you all for the invitation to such an interesting pre-conference and for assigning 3 time slots to the Bank of Greece. Thank you very much for that. I noticed the list of participants and I see that you have more than 15 participants observers from the Bank of Greece, especially from the Supervised Institutions Inspection Department, which is the department is led by Mr. George Paspas and is also responsible for licensing of e-money institutions and payment institutions and all the new companies that come from PSD2. IT audit department and AML department. So thank you also to all the colleagues that are participating in the conference, and they have been helping a lot the work of the hub. I also see almost half of the hub participating also and observing the conference. And also I would specifically like to thank you, Benny, for your tirelessness, immediacy, and contagious excitement to organize this successful pre-conference. And I really hope you continue with the series. And I wish you all the best with that. So thank you. So my speech today will be, in the 15 minutes that you have assigned to me, will be the role of the central bank, specifically Bank of Greece, as an innovation, a financial technology facilitator. So for us, Fintech is an ecosystem. The ecosystem comprises of the incumbents, which are the banks and the financial institutions that would like to create financially innovative products, but also the technology startups, the fintech startups, and the technology providers and infrastructure providers, like, for example, Microsoft or Melon, that are using emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain, big data analytics, cloud outsourcing, in order to produce products that are helpful for the consumer. So the end game is to actually have products that are helpful for the consumers. And all this, in order for it to be able to operate correctly, you also need the regulators, which is us, to regulate, and of course the government to pass laws. So this, for us, is the ecosystem of fintech. So in Greece, the impact of fintech in Greece, apart from the fact that it can strengthen the national economy by attracting foreign investment, increasing tax revenues, increasing and boosting employment, high also paying employment, because it is in the technical fields. It actually has quantifiable impact. In September of 2018, 2 professors, Professor Toukidis and Professor Kourthanasis, they published a report where they had produced an econometric model that linked economic growth in EU with the value of fintech transactions. And specifically for Greece, it showed that the growth of the fintech sector could lead to a GDP growth of up to 0.6% in the Greek economy, in the case that the fintech sector approaches the EU average. And it can go up to 1.8% in case Greece evolves into a fintech regional hub of Southeastern Europe. So we see that the impact could be very good for the Greek economy of having an ecosystem, a fintech ecosystem that is healthy. So how the central banks can facilitate innovation, and the Bank of Greece specifically? Well, recent years, after 2016, 17 specifically, relevant authorities around the world and in the EU have adopted 2 major ways to facilitate financial innovation. The first way is by creating a Fintech Innovation Hub, which we created at the Bank of Greece in March 2019. And you can visit by going to the Bank of Greece website, which we redesigned in September of 2019. And its main initiative is to be a single point of contact for firms and or natural persons in order to monitor innovative developments in the financial sector and provide non-binding guidance regarding regulatory expectation and supervisory expectations, including aspects regarding licensing and or registration for new types of companies. So that was created in March 2019. And the second way that the central banks can facilitate innovation is by creating a regulatory sandbox. Regarding the Innovation Hub, when we created it in March of 2019, we were 26 out of the then EU 28. So we were, let's say, a bit late regarding that. Regarding the regulatory sandbox, which we will be creating in 2020, we will start creating in 2020. We will be 7th out of EU 27 when we create it. So we did that by approaching the European Commission and asking, with the help of the EBRD, financing, specifically 250,000 euro, which we got end of 2019, in order to hire a consulting firm that will help the Bank of Greece to create the design of a regulatory sandbox specifically for Greece, and taking into consideration all the results that the Innovation Hub has created, taking into consideration the existing laws and regulations that are right now in effect in Greece and how this could be adapted, and the whole ecosystem of fintech startups and accelerators and incubators. And once this has been created, it will be operational, it will be passed entirely to the Bank of Greece and operationalized by the Bank of Greece. The project has started in April 2020, 22nd of April specifically, the procurement process. It has ended in 2020 of May, the procurement process, and now we're in the phase of actually evaluating the proposals, EBRD specifically. So this will start, let's say, in September, and it will have a duration of from September of approximately 15 to 18 months. So regarding the Fintech Innovation Hub, it has been working, it has been operational since March of 2019. We recently published a yearly report, an annual report of the major findings that we had. The report can be found on the website of the Bank of Greece. For the first years of its operation, it had 36 requests from different types of companies. Now, up to now, we have 45 requests. 80% of the inquiries were from non-authorized firms. 70% were from startups and technology companies, from startups, and the remaining from established companies. And the type of queries that we were getting were mostly 33% for regulatory guidance, 31% for authorization guidance, and the remaining for legal questions, presentations of their products, etc., etc. So from the types of requests that we were getting, the business sector that mostly attracted attention was the one that had to do with payments and PSD2. And I would like to thank here Ms. Serafina Timopoulou, who is the head of the unit that is responsible for the licensing of e-money institutions, the payment institutions, and all the type of companies that stem out of PSD2, like AISPs and PISPs, for the valuable help that she has been giving to the hub this past year of its operation. So if we see specifically, we see 33% of requests that are coming from companies that have to do with payments, and additionally 22% of requests that have to do with AISPs. AISPs are account information service providers, that are the type of companies that come from this new law, the PSD2 law. So, and the most of the requests had to do with authorization and regulatory guidance on solutions such as e-wallets, P2P payments, loyalty platforms, etc., etc. So from the types of questions that we were getting from the hub, we saw a lot of traction regarding PSD2 And the second most hot, let's say, type of questions were RegTech, regulatory technology, regarding specifically solutions in areas such as digital onboarding that the colleague Mr. Angelos Chermiadianos just described, identity verification, know your customer, etc., etc. So the two major things that the regulator produced in 2019 and 2020 regarding Executive Committee Acts is the Executive Committee Act 164 that was produced in December of 2019, which has to do with PSD2. And I'm urging all the companies, if we have people that are from startup companies that are interested in acquiring a license or authorization for companies that have to do PSD2 to download that Executive Committee Act and read it meticulously. And the second major that has to do with fintech and technology Executive Committee Act that was produced by the Bank of Greece is 172, which is the Digital Onboarding Act that was produced in May of 2020. The new also type of questions that we were getting had to do with cloud and outsourcing, cloud usage. And as you might know, EBA, European Banking Association, has produced a revised guideline on outsourcing and cloud arrangements in February of 2019. And that guideline is supposed to enter into force on the end of September of 2019. And Bank of Greece has agreed to implement it also. So this is one of the things that we are seeing in the future of being published as an Executive Committee Act, the one that has to do with the guideline of the EBA. So we see that the role of the hub of actually listening to what the market has to say regarding the new types of technologies that are being used in financial innovative products and establishing a dialogue between the market participants and the regulator is something that is actually helpful to us also in order to educate us and help us into looking into what needs to be adjusted and produced regarding regulatory frameworks. So regarding technologies of the solutions that approach the hub, 22%, which is the biggest category, had to do with artificial intelligence. Actually, it had to do with manual process automation, data extraction and analysis, tailored loan products, intelligent credit scoring systems. Specifically, this past week, we had a request regarding micro-lending and the use of AI and machine learning in order to help with that, with a new law that is going to be passed through the parliament regarding micro-lending. The second most popular technology trend was APIs, application programming interfaces, which had to do with retrieval of account information data from the financial institutions, existing financial institutions' APIs, mostly in the context, again, of PSD2-enabled open banking. And then the third most popular were DLT, along with the distributed ledger technology, cryptocurrencies, etc., along with EID, electronic identification, mostly as part of digital onboarding of new customers by remotely conducting the Know Your Customer process. So we see that it is a really good way to listen to what the market needs and what the market is ready to produce. So this is the first step regarding how a central bank can help financial innovation and financial technology. The second step, but as I said, it is a point of contact and it provides non-binding information. Something that is, I believe, it will be more helpful to the Greek ecosystem will be the creation of the regulatory sandbox by the Bank of Greece. That it will provide a scheme to enable firms to test pursuant to a specific testing plan, agreed and monitored by a dedicated function within the Bank of Greece, innovative financial products, services, or business models. And for this to work, it has to have an agreed testing plan with specific KPIs, etc. So it's something that it will help, I think, the companies more. And the example, as I said, that in the EU 27 right now, we have 6 competent authorities, 6 central banks that have created regulatory sandboxes. And the process is based on the things that the other central banks have done, is that through the website again, we have the company submitting an application, providing reasoned arguments, proving that the financial innovation meets eligibility criteria to be considered. Then we review their application, and us, along with an applicant, agree on a testing period, usually 6 or 12 months, and protection of consumer rights and other testing conditions. And then the innovative financial service is tested, and with a possibility for 6, with a possibility of extension of 12 months. Along with us, we provide consultations to them. We monitor the compliance with the testing conditions and the KPIs. And if testing proves successful, the applicant decides whether to continue the service provision. Often, it might even lead to obtain a license if necessary. So I think that this will help even more the Bank of Greece to acquire more knowledge regarding what the market is doing. But also, I think it will provide a better understanding of how possibly laws and regulations need to be adapted and adjusted in order for them to be more, let's say, friendly to technology and financial innovation. Behind the Fintech Innovation Hub, I would like to note that there are 8 different departments of the Central Bank of Greece, having almost all the knowledge regarding questions that we might have. And actually, if we don't, we can get knowledge from everybody in the bank, so everybody could be helping. And it's, let's say, a one-stop shop for anybody who is interested to answer all the regulatory questions and get all the regulatory expectations from the regulator. Closing, I would like to say that regarding financial services and how we see them at the Innovation Hub, and if there is a holy grail in the future of financial services, we believe that the interest for technologically innovative solution will peak even more due to COVID-19, but also due to the fact that people are becoming more and more digitally proficient. Devices become smarter, easier to operate, and cheaper to purchase. And internet mobile penetration intensifies globally, but also locally with the Ministry of Digital Transformation that we have here in Greece and all the efforts that they are also doing. So in the near future, people will demand that their financial products are adaptive to their specific needs. So for us, in order for this to happen, a firm should be able to quickly harvest, analyze, and produce insights from customers' big data, build them personalized profiles, and lead them through a fine-tuned, humanized user experience, which works across continents. So for us, with the use of technology, finance will be borderless. That's why we believe that there should be cooperation between regulatory authorities, and we participate in the European Forum of Innovation Facilitators for Europe, and we are looking also at what the Global Forum of Innovation Facilitators is doing. So in order for incumbents, which are the banks and the existing financial institutions, to compete with a new type of companies that are emerging like fintechs or existing big technology companies like Google and Amazon and Alibaba that are also trying to get in this field. So for incumbents banks to compete, they need to adapt their traditional mindset, shift their business model from a product-centric to a customer-centric approach, tighten their time-to-market life cycle, reduce the brick-and-mortar associated costs, weighing them down. And now with the new Executive Committee Act that Angelos described, this can happen even more easily because now you can open an account, with your mobile phone or through your laptop digitally. And open up their siloed legacy core banking systems to more open architectures and technologies sooner rather than later. So apart from doing all that, they should consider collaborating also with fintech companies, startups, and even possibly with big technology companies. So we believe that technology is here, technology will stay, it will be even more prevalent, not just because of COVID-19, but also because, yes.
Sorry, I have to interrupt you because we are out of time.
Okay. I am actually done. This was the episode.
Perfect.
So thank you very much for your time.
Actually, I had one question for you and one for Angelos. I will state them, but keep the answers. One, the second one is for you. How is it to get a license? I mean that bureaucracy in Greece, it's actually bureaucracy in EU is something that you cannot deal easily. And the other question is for Angelos. Are banks ready for such a huge innovation? Keep the answers. In a couple of months, we'll have the bankers, the other side, and a very interesting discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you also.
Thank you. Thank you, Angelos. So, as we said, we have a surprise for you. Mina, are you with us? Are you with us, Mina? Can you hear us? Just a second, please. Where are you? Is Panagiotis Kotsanas with us? Give us a second to find out what's our technical problem. Mina? Really sorry. We try to solve this.
Γεια σας.
Γεια σας.
Καλημέρα, good morning.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome to our museum. Just give me a moment to turn on the camera.
Yes. Yes, please. Yes, please. Okay, let me tell a very short story. Usually I use metro to go to work, and I saw a very strange advertisement about a museum of Greek Asian technology. I was so much fascinated that I paid a visit, and I saw terrific things there.
Hello. You can see me now?
Yes, we can. So the plan was for our real conference, I usually say, to have the reception there. Since we had COVID and this extreme event, I madly wanted to give a flavor of this magnificent museum. And the owner, the Kotsana's family, and Nina Mitsogonu, the heart, I think, of the museum, will give you an idea. And Panagiotis, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for being with us.
Just let me know if I can ask you questions also, meanwhile. And you can answer.
Yes, you can. We cannot hear you very well, so if you...
you want me to talk a bit louder?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so thank you for the introduction. I have prepared for you some of my favorite gadgets from our museum, and we'll start right away. So here in front of me, I have the magic fountain of Hero, and it was an automatic fountain from the 1st century BC. So let me just demonstrate. I'm just gonna pour some water on its top, like this. And you see, automatically the water starts coming out. And slowly it gets higher and higher. So, do you have any idea how does this work?
Air pressure, I suppose.
Air pressure, yeah, that's right. So let's see. We can see we have here these two containers. In the beginning, the upper one here is filled with water, while this one down there is empty. There's only air in it. So as I pour water on top, the water through this pipe comes directly down to the bottom container. So the water transfers its pressure to the air. And now the air through this other pipe comes up here and forces this water up. Now my next question is, for how long is it going to work? Is it going to stop or not?
I suppose not.
It's going to work forever, right? Well, if that was true, it would be truly magical. But it has to stop. It will stop when water from this container runs out. Because after coming up here, it looks like it recycles, but from down there, it has no way up again. But here you can get a glimpse of what understanding of physics they had in ancient Greece. Now, let's continue with this one here, which is the ingenious wine jug of Philon. Now, as you know, ancient Greeks used to drink wine mixed with water, right? So with this jug, they would have both. Let's say that I'm serving and someone wanted to drink only wine. I can simply serve wine. If they wanted just water, I can serve only water. Or I can serve both at the same time. Just like that. So, as you imagine here, this jug is split in half, and we have these two separate containers. The one is filled with water, and the other one with wine. But back here where I'm holding, you see we have these two separate pipes with one hole on its top. So, with my thumb, as I'm serving, I can close one of its holes and adjust the flow. And let me show you something else from the 6th century BC, which is the famous cup of Pythagoras. So I guess you all have heard about the mathematician, the philosopher Pythagoras, and according to tradition, he built this cup to teach his students the need of moderation in their lives. For example, he told them to drink into this cup wine, but only until this line over here. Because if they drank more, he said, there will come a punishment from the gods. Now let's see. I'm just gonna pour some wine now. And as you see, we're under the line. Okay. Now, if I wanna drink more and I overdo it, you see, it starts spilling out. Then we start losing it. But not only until the line, but we lose it all. And now the whole cup empties. Everything okay so far?
Yes, Panagiotis.
Okay, let's move on. Okay, so this here I think is gonna be interesting for you because it's the first vending machine in history. So this chat was placed outside some temples. People would come by, they would drop a coin up here, and they would get some holy water from the valve down there. I don't know if you got how it works. Inside it, you see we have a scale. On one side of the scale, we have a weight, and the other side is the holder of the coin. It doesn't drop in the coin. You see the scale is moving, and it opens the bottom of the container, and the water is released. Now, let me ask you a question. Now, I just dropped a 5-cent coin. What would happen if I dropped a €2 coin? Would I get more water or less?
Don't know, sorry. More, I suppose.
More? You said more? No, actually you would get less because the €2 coin is heavier than the 5-cent one. So you drop faster on the scale. And now let's move on.
So the less money, the more water.
Yeah, but they were all believers. They didn't want to cheat the gods. They all placed the same amount of money to the vending machine.
Okay.
And now let me show you the first sound alarm in history. So imagine this is the door of a house. If the camera moves to the other side. I'm just going to pass through, pretend I'm the thief, and you see what happens. So I open. You immediately listen to the birds whistling. And let me demonstrate how this one works. So into the cylindrical container we have the water, and into this hemispherical one we have air. So as I'm opening the door, this whole trumpet sinks into the water, and the air is forced out through these two whistles. So let's see. As they sing, air comes out, and you see the whistling effect. And last but not least, we have prepared for you the first alarm clock in history. So just right by my side is the first alarm clock. It's the alarm clock of Plato. So according to Athenios, an ancient Greek writer, Plato wanted to wake up every day after 7 hours of sleep. So he invented this alarm clock, which looks like a clepsydra, as we say. So he filled the first cup with water and he went to sleep. As he was sleeping, the water was slowly dropping through this valve, like this, to the next container. But this container is just like the cup of Pythagoras. It had a siphon in it, so when the water level reaches this spot, it empties rapidly to the third container. Now the third container was empty. There was only air in it. So the water would force the air out through this little whistle again. And then it started whistling. So he woke up. And as you can see at the bottom, there's another vessel which serves as a refiller. When he has woken up at the morning, this slowly fills, and at night he can just refill the first one. And every day we do the same thing over and over again. So now I have opened the valve, and in about 20 seconds we can listen to it whistling. Now, it's very specific. Okay, let's see. It speeds up. I hope it's not too loud for you.
Panagiotis, thank you very much.
Okay. So this is all I prepared for you.
Yes, more to come.
Okay, we can move over there. Okay, now it's a bit better.
Thank you very much. Hope to see you soon.
Yeah, hope to see you in person.
And to host our next event. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Vangelis?
Hi, Benny. We will start right away.
Yes, exactly.
It's okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Vangelis Malamas. I will be the moderator for this session. We have passed a little the time, so we'll start right away. We will start with Tamaro Terraciano, if I spell it correctly, and Luciano Somoza from the Swiss Finance Institute for Cbdc Designs and Their Economic Consequences presentation. Tamaro, are you here? Luciano, Tamaro, anyone? Veni, do you have Veni, do you hear me? Veni.
We hear you. I can hear you, actually.
Okay, you are Tamaro.
No, I'm Vasilis. I'm the next guy presenting.
You are the next guy.
Yeah.
Can we switch?
Can we start with Vasilis? Yes.
Vasilis?
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. I can take the lead. Yeah, sure.
Very much.
Okay. We will give the floor to Dr. Vasilis Nikolopoulos from Protergia for his presentation.
Okay, do you see me? So let me share the screen. Is it okay? Do you see the slide?
Yes, Vasily.
Okay, great. So first of all, thanks Veni for the invitation. Okay, to talk. And actually, I will be talking about a very, very interesting sector and subject. And actually, the application of the modern fintech technologies, ideas, methodologies, with lots of blockchain and peer-to-peer system designing on the energy side, on the energy sector, on the energy market, which is, as you might know, it is a market that is been going right now a big digital transformation. Many things will change in the next years, and already are changing. I think you're actually seeing the market now that I'm just using the highlighter. So a few things about the energy market and how this market is being developing across the years, and how it will be shaping itself in the next 5 to 10 years. So initially we had a very, very simple bill payer. So we're talking about the one directional energy system. We had the production, the distribution, and the consumption. Now things are a bit changing over the past 2-3 years. And actually we are becoming, let's say, a community consumers, meaning that from one-sided energy system, we're going to the multi-sided or bi-directional energy system, where you as a consumer, as a citizen, you have right now an EV, you have an electric vehicle, you can have actually solar panels, as you can see here on your roof, or you can see a smart home device, which is called home battery, in order to store your energy. So as you can see, the entity, the definition of the consumer becomes, as we say, prosumer, which is the combination of the words producer and consumer, and consumption, production and consumption, which is actually a guy, a human that can generate, can create, can actually produce its own energy, and can actually consume that energy, or, and that's the interesting part, or he can actually sell it to the market. Now, that's quite important, because in the energy sector, in the energy market, as I mentioned before, we as utilities, we are transforming ourselves right now to become asset providers, and I will explain what this is about. So as you see here, we have a grid that is being comprised with many assets. We're talking about electrical vehicles, we're talking about solar panels and solar rooftop panels that you can actually go and produce your own electricity. We are talking about wind farms. We're talking about batteries, storage batteries, energy storage batteries, where actually we can go produce and store our own energy, which is one of the biggest revolutions on the market. So this is an asset. The asset is the stored energy. So as a common bank actually monetizes through advanced financial systeming or through advanced financial services, actually is monetizing the asset of a consumer, the asset of a customer, which is the deposits. We as companies will transform ourselves and we will try to monetize the stored asset of our customer, which is the energy, the stored energy. So this is quite important because based on the whole digital transformation right now that is being undergoing in the energy market, what you'll notice here, it is one very important D of the 5 Ds. Okay, it's decarbonization, which is quite obvious. Digitization, a lot of sensors, AI, smart meters, software analytics are coming into the market. We're talking about decreasing consumption, which is the classical energy efficiency that we are keep listening to from the government and from the European directives. We're talking about decentralization. It is exactly the definition that I just mentioned before, where now we're leaving from the one directional system and we are moving towards a distributed energy system where everybody actually can produce and store its own energy and actually can decide whatever he can do with that energy. And of course, this is the disintermediation where we are trying to build on top of that distributed nature of the energy market. We are trying to build transactional models, transactional services. And this is what it's all about today. So today it's how actually fintech, how blockchain and how distributed ledgers are being applied to the energy market. So why the market is attractive for peer-to-peer trading, as we say? It is attractive because, as I mentioned before, right now we're going to have many stakeholders in the game that are able to produce and sell their own electricity, their own power, their own energy, which of course can be also stored so that they can actually sell it whenever they find an opportunity window in the overall financial system. We're talking about stored energy. We're talking about trading energy through EV charging stations. Bear in mind that an electrical vehicle, it is a moving battery. It is a moving battery that actually can be discharged and charged into a small city, into a small neighborhood, or into a small microgrid. So this is pretty much important because it actually introduces some sort of financial volatility into the system. We're talking about RES production, renewable energy services, sources production. So you can actually go and sell your electricity, your energy generated from your solar panel. And of course, we're talking about some more advanced, let's say, cross-selling and upselling systems that we are currently applying as utilities, which is going to be loyalty services for our customers and so on and so forth. So actually, why are we going to use blockchain in that kind of market? Because actually it solves a big problem. Blockchain solves a problem when we have to deal with a transaction in between two people, two stakeholders that are unknown to each other. So actually it solves the trust problem that we have. And apparently, imagine that in such a volatile environment, you may have a consumer that can also sell his energy to the market, can store his energy and charge his own car, can actually go and discharge his car to the parking slot of its company, and the company can actually buy the stored electricity from the car. So we're talking about many disruptive business models, and this is where exactly fintech comes and gives solutions. So it's about transparency. Okay, so all data stored would be visible to anyone. We're talking about DLT and the consensus and many other algorithms that blockchain infrastructure is using to make the trust. To confirm transactions in between individuals. We're talking about auditability, of course, trust, okay? And of course, we support also crypto transactions. However, cryptos are not always the best practice. Why? Because there are some fundamental problems there, such as anonymity or the high volatility. This is why right now big energy producers and big energy stakeholders, they are trying to go or to approach some alternative solutions such as STOs and stable coins. This is also being reinforced by the European Commission. Bear in mind that it's now 2.5 years roughly where the clean energy package became was transformed to various national directives in many European countries. And among these directives for the next generation of the electricity and energy market system was, of course, the sharing economy topic, where, of course, it's exactly what we're discussing today. It's about blockchain. It's about peer-to-peer trading. It's about how to apply modern sharing economy concepts to the energy market, which is under a big transformation. These are some startups and some companies that are some major, let's say, or important peer-to-peer electricity trading players right now in the market. So what we are discussing here is not science fiction, of course. Already Ofgem, the regulator in the UK, they have already issued various directives, and there is already a legal framework in the UK where you can actually go and sell through a online bidding platform and blockchain technologies. You can actually sell your produced electricity from your solar panel or from your storage battery or from electrical vehicle. So you can see here various examples of this kind of approach. And pretty soon, more European companies will start to adopt this kind of procedure. Now, I just mentioned cryptos. Cryptos are highly innovative. Cryptos are good for trading, okay? But they're not good if we're talking about some very serious corporate financial transactions. And why is that? Because there is high volatility. For instance, if you're using blockchain to buy something and the transaction is being validated after 3 or 4 hours because there is a let's say bottleneck in the network, in these 4 hours, the price of the asset that you're trying to buy may have changed. So this is not good for the energy market, where the spot pricing of the electricity or the energy in general that we are trading every day is highly variant, and it's being proportional to time. So we're talking about demand and supply. So the system marginal price, it's being under good volatility, high volatility every 30 minutes or even every hour. So we are trying to find something, a digital asset that will be non-volatile, that will be transparent. In general, we don't have KYC problems with the energy domain because some authentication can be achieved using hardware. So as I have later on a case study, when you are selling your electricity through your solar panel, we know your inverter, we know the ID of your smart meter, so we know it was you. So the KYC is not a big problem in the energy sector. Because I can get authenticated, so I can get some sort of first phase KYC using your hardware device. What I don't have is low volatility or even no volatility. So the STOs, the securities, are actually a good right now option. If we can compare it with the ICOs, the ex-ICO scheme for the cryptos. And of course, there are right now some thoughts from big companies or big financial institutions that they want to get into the energy side to map or to bind digital assets with some fixed commodities. So imagine like let's say we have Tether in the crypto space where it's mapped with the dollar. So imagine that we're going to have another digital asset which is mapped with the price of gold, which is of course volatile but not as high as can impose risks to the financial transactions, or platina, or any other physical and energy commodity. This is right now, there is a big discussion about that, but I think in the next years, we will have pretty soon digital fixed assets, stable coins for the energy side. And of course, there was a very interesting article from Harvard Business Review about stable coins and if they are the next big thing in the e-commerce and in general in the crypto space.
Vasily, you
yes.
need to shorten a little bit because
I have three more slides and finishing. Okay. So that's a very, very simple representation of the case study. Okay. So you are energy producer. I have a smart meter here. I can actually generate my energy, store it into the battery, and then sell it into the market by, of course, applying or executing a smart contract based on a crypto or based, of course, by using a stable coin. So, and again, in the near future, we are already deploying several pilots. In the near future, we're going to have smart contracts being executed inside devices or in the middle. So it's pretty much important to understand that the future for us, as far as the energy side, of course, it is embedded smart contracts using artificial intelligence so that to execute some complex legal terms inside an energy financial transaction. That's the future, and all we lack of right now, it is a stable digital currency so that to perform these kind of transactions. So this is pretty much from me. Thank you very much for your time and your attention.
Thank you, Vasilis. I have a question shortly about your presentation.
Mm-hmm.
If I got it correctly, you're not suggesting digitalizing the electricity, the power, to create an asset in the blockchain, but you are suggesting only using blockchain for the transactions that are made in the system, selling and offering the stored energy.
Exactly. We have the physical basis, we have the physical system, and then that system, we have to digitize the transaction by using a blockchain infrastructure. Exactly.
Okay, that's... does anyone has a question, Benny or anyone else for Vasilis?
Sorry, my ear is moving on.
Now you're hearing me.
I'm sorry. Can we proceed with our next speaker? Thank you very much, Vasilis.
Yes.
Thank you.
I was saying Tamaro, I think, is here. Tamaro Terraciano.
Yes.
So if he's ready, we can proceed with Tamaro for the Cbdc designs. Tamaro, are you hearing us? If Tamaro isn't ready, maybe we can go to our next speaker. Tamaro, are you here? So let's switch with Dr. Tariq Rukni.
No. We have an updated agenda. So if Tamaro is not with us, maybe.
I see Tamaro is connected, but I don't see. I can't see if he's hearing us. The agenda has changed. Veni.
Yes, actually, Tamaro is our last speaker, and then we will move to the panel discussion of Professor Marcos Zachariadis and Debbie Mohan.
Okay, so
If Tamaro is not available, maybe we can say a few words about blockchain and the work.
I'm sending a message to Tamaro because I saw he was connected a few minutes ago.
I can see him connected, but obviously there is some technical problem.
Okay, he's telling me that he's with us, so I will just...
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. There was a problem with my headphones, I had to change them.
Okay. Welcome, Tamaro.
Hi, thank you.
You're next for the presentation. So
I'm here. Do I have the rights to share my screen? Because I have a little presentation too.
Veni, you should give the right. I think you have the right access.
All right, let me see. Record.
Tamaro, you're not sharing screen right now.
Sorry?
You're not sharing your screen right
I think
now.
it's loading. Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
That's okay. We can.
I cannot see you anymore, but I hope you can see my screen.
Okay.
Okay, let me close. Okay, now I see the screen that you can see. Here they are. Close this. Here we are. Good. Do you want me to start earlier or?
Yes, you can start. We can see the presentation. You're
all right,
okay.
all right. Because I thought it was okay. I thought it was a bit late. Okay. Let me thank you for this invitation to the pre-conference. I'm very excited to talk about CDBC here. This is a joint work with Luciano Somoza, who is also connected, and he's taken from a work in progress we have on central bank digital currencies. In this talk, I'm going to focus on the economic consequences of the design, because as we are going to see, they are very important in terms of the consequences we have in the economy, and now we want to reshape the economy accordingly. Cannot change it. All right, this is the outline of the presentation. So I'm going to cover very quickly what are the main objectives of why CBDCs are so hot in this period and why central banks are thinking about issuing them. Then I'm going to focus on the indeed design features of the CBDC by analyzing two main dimensions. The first one is the technology, let's say, whether we have an account-based or a token-based CBDC. And later, I'm going to focus more on the industrial organization of the distribution of the currency. So whether we have a one-tier or a two-tier system. And finally, I'm going to make some remarks to hopefully stimulate the discussion about CBDCs. I'd like to start off with this graph taken from a paper by the BIS that came out, I believe, a couple of days ago. And basically, it shows the number of speeches over time in which a CBDC was mentioned and whether there was a positive or negative mention over time. As you can see, the first thing that is evident is that over time, central banks are talking more about these currencies, and there seems to be an upward trend in their perception of these projects themselves. At the beginning, if you see in 2018, we reached the lower point, and I believe it was because at the time we didn't really know what we had all in mind when we talk about digital currencies, and there was also the bubble burst of the Bitcoin. So I guess that regulators in general were a bit skeptical of these objects, but over time we understood that there are a lot of differences, and a Bitcoin would be way different from CBDC. And interestingly enough, recently there is the trend. Went from negative to positive. So there are more talks in favor of CBDCs rather than against it. This chart also differentiates between wholesale and retail CBDCs, which definitely have different considerations to be made. But for the sake of this presentation, I'm going to focus only on retail CBDCs for to be able to dig more in one of these aspects. For what concerns the objectives of CDBCs, of why central bankers are thinking about issuing a CDBC, we decided to group the reasons in three main categories. The first one is definitely financial stability, because we know that the use of cash is declining over time, and I'm reporting here a graph on the Swedish economy, where we can see that's the share of cash transactions over time. And at the beginning of 2000, the amount of transactions settled in cash was above 50%. And over time, we see this dramatic decrease in the use of cash. And this is just up to 2018. So we believe that, it's easy to speculate that the trend kept on going. And also after the COVID crisis, we may also expect a further disincentive to use cash, because it could spread the virus itself. And clearly, this is a concern for the central bank, because they need to make sure that there is a stable mean of payment in the economy. So somehow the people needs to be able to access a central bank liability, so a source of outside money. And without cash, people would only use the private money, so the bank deposits or similar objects. So the CBDC in this case will be a way to provide people a source of outside money. Another argument that they usually put forward is that with the CBDC we will have a more aggressive monetary policy and hopefully more effective monetary policies, because clearly with this with such technology we could achieve a larger grasp on the economy by the central bank, because for example it could pay or charge an interest rate on people's account, so directly affecting or trying to affect the consumption and savings behavior of people, or as it has been discussed recently, a CBDC account could easily be served to distribute helicopter money to people in case of a huge crisis like the one we are in right now. So definitely having a way to have a more effective monetary policy is something that is very sexy to policymakers, because it could make their life easier. A third big argument that they put in favor of this kind of projects is that recently there is definitely an increasing demand for these digital coins in general, and people are demanding for this kind of technology to be available, and they want to avoid that privately run initiatives can crowd them out, basically, by offering some sort of alternatives to public money. And the biggest case is definitely Libra of last year, at least the first version of Libra of last year, which is, as you know, the currency proposed by Facebook. And the policymakers were concerned that the world would switch progressively to use this Libra instead of their local currency. And this creates a big concern, because if we think about the problem with the dollarization in the developing countries, this will be more or less the same. It will be in the same fashion. The problem of the same kind. Sorry. So the argument is that, okay, if we don't do something to fill this gap, the private sector will do it, and we don't like it because we would lose our monetary sovereignty, basically. So these are more or less the three main arguments that collect all the objectives and goals of policymakers when they think about a central bank digital currency, especially about a retail central bank digital currencies. But we argue that the achievement of these results, it's highly dependent on the structure of the CBDC itself. And the first distinction I want to make is between an account-based and a token-based CBDC. For the final user, it will be practically indifferent whether we have an account-based or a token-based system, but this can have a big economic consequences. Having one another can have very different economic consequences. For example, let's assume that we are buying, a bottle of wine from our local grocery store. If we pay with an account-based system, now we can think about like a credit card or something. The shop owner has to make sure that we do have an account in the first place, and we have enough money on our account to settle the transaction. Whereas if we paid with a token-based system, and currently we could think about like a banknote bill or something, the store owner doesn't need to make sure that we have an account or something like this, but it has just to verify that the banknote, the bill is valid, is not counterfeited. So in this process, it doesn't need to know who we are, in a sense, and this clearly rings a bell in terms of privacy concerns, because with an account-based CBDC, it will be almost impossible to have an anonymous system, whereas with a token-based CBDC, there could be a way, to construct an anonymous system. Another big difference between these two technologies is that with an account-based CBDC, the central bank could very easily pay or charge an interest rate on people's deposits. In this way, it could target their monetary policy in a way to avoid the intermediation of the banking system and affect directly our consumption behavior. And this is clearly a good thing if we believe that the central bank needs to have this power in their hands, to contrast the economic cycle. Or to the other extent, it may be a bit risky because it would be probably too much power in the hands of few people. Whereas if we have a token-based system, it will be much harder for the central bank to pay an interest rate, because if we don't know how much money a certain person has, it will be hard to distribute the interest rate that he will have.
Amaro, if you want to speed up, we have about 2 minutes before we go to our next session.
All right. So let me speed a bit up. So basically, the other difference here is whether we have an interest rate or we can have an interest rate or not on the Cbdc. The other difference is in the distribution system, because if we have the central bank directly distributing the coin to the people, we will have a one-tier system. Otherwise, if there was I don't know, a set of banks distributing the currency, we would have an intermediation, so they would have a way to still maintain their customer base and supply complementary services to people. Instead, with a one-tier system, we will have a higher disintermediation risk, and we may end up in an extreme situation in which the central bank has to take up all the deposits, distribute, grant loans to the private sector, because it would crowd out the funding for the banking system. So it will be a massive centralization, and that can lead to undesirable outcomes like the Ghost Bank in the Soviet Union. So since we have only 1 minute, I believe, let me come to the conclusions. And we thought that the design of the ECB is definitely a thing that we have to discuss a lot, because as I said, we can have very different scenarios according to the different kind of CBDCs that we design. Because if we think about an account-based CBDC with a one-tier system, that will be definitely the most disruptive scenario. Whereas if we have a two-tier system with a token-based CBDC, the things will look much different. But before discussing the design itself, we should probably take a step back and think about the objectives that we have in mind. Because if we want to tackle the fact that people are not using cash anymore, we will design the currency in a different way, or whether we need something to strengthen monetary policy, for example. So only after we have in mind which are our objectives, we have to ask ourselves whether we need a CBDC or not. Because now, usually, policymakers discuss about CBDCs as it was something that we have to do anyway. But not doing a CBDC will be anyway a viable option. So only after making sure that we do need a CBDC, we should think about the design of the CBDC itself, which, as we saw, have deep economic consequences and can have, it can change very much people's life. So that's basically the main message of my talk. If you have questions, I'm more than happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, Tamaro. Does anyone have a question for Tamaro in his presentation? If there is not, we will thank Tamaro.
Sorry. I had a quick question.
Right.
Hi, I'm Marcos, and I'm aware I'm meeting my own time because I'm on the next panel. But fairly quickly, have you looked at, for example, CBDC used in the wholesale setting versus retail setting? Because we hear a lot about CBDCs and how they can serve the wider, kind of public. But in many modern economies, we already have a very mature payments infrastructure. So there's a very good case that a huge amount of investment to basically bring some of the benefits that you could describe, or changes that you could describe, maybe not justified. But in a wholesale setting, maybe it's much more justifiable to have direct accounts, settlement accounts of big corporates, for example, within central banks, etc.
Yeah, I definitely believe that the debate between the retail and the wholesale CBDCs are very different because of the reason we were putting forward. And Because I mean, now we sort of have already a sort of wholesale CBDC with bank reserves, and expanding the access to central bank accounts also to corporates may have huge efficiency gains. But I see more that debate as a more of a technological innovation by itself. Whereas when we deal with the retail CBDC, we are also talking about the econ consequences that can have such an introduction. Whereas with a wholesale CBDC, I think it will be more a matter of efficiency at the end of the day, even though we still have some potential changes in the economic structures and especially in the industrial organization. Because if a central component, for example, Ford, has access to the Fed's account in order to settle the transaction, it wouldn't have anymore an account at I don't know, Wells Fargo or other banks. So the consequences will be still in place, but they will be way less dramatic in a way. I don't know if I answered your question.
No, it's good. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you everyone. Veni, you will start from here.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Tamaro. Thank you, Vasilis. Thank you, Vangelis. So let's move to our next session. We have Professor Marco Zachariadis and Debbie Mohan, actually two specialists in Fintech, and it's a great pleasure to have them, even for a short discussion. Guys, the floor is yours. Marco, would you like to start?
Yeah, just as an introduction, I mean, I'm a faculty member at Manchester Business School. I've been doing research on the cross-section of the economics of innovation within financial services for quite a while, for 15 years now. So I think, like Debbie, for example, I also picked up this fintech revolution from almost the beginning, and being in the UK for a very, very long time, it's an interesting place to see how a lot of these kind of ideas around what financial services system kind of looks like, what are the related technologies, and what are the related economics behind all this. Obviously, the business models and the way a lot of these institutions operate can change over time when we have newer technologies and newer kind of ideas being introduced in the industry. So it's been really interesting to be studying these topics for the last 15 years. I'm also a member of the Financial and Monetary Systems Council at the World Economic Forum, which is also, for me, is a mind-blowing opportunity to be part of this discussion of how to shape the future financial services. So the rest of the people in the council are central bank governors, CEOs of global banks, etc. So it's quite privileged to be part of this discussion.
Brilliant. I'll do a quick intro as well. Thank you, Marcos. And it's great to speak with Marcos again, because as he said, we used to speak together at events way back in 2012 or 2013. So it's been quite a long time. We've both been speaking about fintech, I guess, and lots have changed. To give you a bit of background, I run a fintech research company called Burnmark. And I also spend a lot of time advising startups and banks around the world. I spend a lot of time in emerging markets like Africa, Latin America, and Asia. I've met some of you actually as part of the Think Forward initiative, and I recognize some of the names and presentations today. So it's great to connect again. We always look from a research and academic angle and try to convert that research into what works for the market. And the idea is that we take fintech in the right direction and we avoid the pitfalls we see from some of the other industries and hopefully learn from history. So that's what we try to do, in that we try to encourage or set trends and directions of fintech with our research. And I've recently published my book on that topic as well, in terms of partnerships in the ecosystem. And I was due to come to Greece to kind of present it, but unfortunately that's not happened. But it's great to be here. Thank you, Veni.
Okay, as you know, we collected some questions from the audience days before, and I try to summarize them. So the first question is, there are some open banking and partnership models emerging in the digital banking and fintech space. Do you have something to say about that?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'm happy to kind of get started, and I'm sure Marcos has specific around that. My view on partnerships in fintech and regtech is that we are now seeing the second phase of collaboration. And what I like to call the second phase is where collaboration is much more effective than ever before. More data is being shared, and more kinds of partnerships are emerging. And we have seen this starting end of 2016, early 2017. And that second phase kind of means that now banks are collaborating with other banks, which never happened before then. An example is the ING CBA collaboration using machine learning, where they find ways to mutualize the cost of compliance. We find regulators and banks working together, as we have seen in Singapore with the KYC utility, where the regulators work very closely with all of the banks in Singapore, including UOB, DBS, and OCBC and Standard Chartered. We also see partnerships between startups themselves for scale and go-to-market. And we also see partnerships from regulators to startups, which is what we call SupTech, in terms of allowing startups to test in a safe environment through the regulatory sandbox, and also help harmonize policies across geographies. So we see all of these partnerships now, which is a much wider ecosystem than we have ever seen before. And that to me is really exciting coming into 2020. It's actually expanding even more. And I think all of these use cases tells us that opening up banking, opening up all of these entities and being willing to collaborate, I think it's phenomenal. And I'm sure Marcos has more to share from his experience of use cases as well.
Yeah, I think I'll agree with Debbie. I mean, we've seen a huge amount of progress the last, I guess, about a decade, but things really accelerated the last 5 years for me, as I kind of observe it from my side, as we're also kind of examining the different business models banks are using and other financial institutions. So the big question there was, how do banks collaborate, either between them or with startups or even the regulators, or how startups from their own side and point of view want and willing to collaborate with bigger institutions and with the regulators and with other financial infrastructures, maybe kind of integrate themselves to provide supplementary services. So there's a lot of progress. I mean, Debbie mentioned some examples. Indeed, the bank-to-bank collaboration has been quite interesting space to observe. If you look at the history of financial services, the last 20 or 30 years even, there has been some of these collaborations that have been very successful. Even if you look at like large card schemes, they kind of emerged through collaborations with big banks. Or in SWIFT is a very good example of banks coming together. So we have this theme of cooperation and competition. And if there is a case to be made about creating a utility that is available to the entire community, I think that's where you see a lot of these examples. So Debbie kind of mentioned some of these in the space of AML, for example, or security or KYC, etc. So there are some good examples. In Canada recently, actually, there was a partnership between the banks, which is called Secure Key, via a particular startup, where what they do, and it's really interesting to see that happening now using blockchain. What they did was to kind of create a utility service almost for KYC. So if you're a customer and you on board with a particular bank and you are part of this KYC network, then if you want to open another bank account with another bank, you don't have to go through the same process again. So there's kind of like a shared mini passporting for customers, so to speak. So there are these kinds of examples, and as David said, I think I'll agree. In the beginning, we had a competition between fintechs, supposedly kind of threatening the bigger financial institutions. Then things kind of matured a bit more. Fintechs realized we can't make it without the big institutions. Big institutions said, well, we can much better off innovate with smaller startups. So we went into a phase, as the CEO of Goldman Sachs named it, Fintech 2.0. And there are elements of these kind of collaboration that vary now, between partnerships, buyouts, shared ownerships, and different kinds of collaborations that we see happening in action. One, I guess, particular example I'm quite familiar with, as I had the chance to work with HSBC for a bit, was the collaboration of Bud, which is a very interesting startup in the UK, providing data enrichment and other kind of access to third-party services for HSBC through the First Direct kind of branch of the bank. So there are very interesting cases that one can look into, and then you can go to bigger kind of examples where you have actually Goldman Sachs working with Apple or Citibank speculating now to work with Google to bring kind of some of these financial services and benefits to consumers into play. So quite an interesting space. So we're both kind of looking into continue this kind of investigation, I guess.
I have a question on that. The message is that we have more collaboration than competition, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm asking this because I recently I saw an article about German fintechs, and it was about the default of 50,000 fintechs or startups or whatever. So, is the idea not good enough to have a market share, or you have to collaborate with a big house, a big name, in order to survive?
Yeah, the answer to that is very simple. It's a metric, what we call cost of customer acquisition. So a startup cannot survive with a very, very high cost of customer acquisition. So every single startup in the room, everybody you talk to will answer this question, because their aim is to survive and acquire as many customers as possible in the lowest period of time. Now, what happens in fintech is the more the number of companies that come up in the same space, they're all competing with each other, which means you're spending more on marketing, you're spending more on acquiring customers. And it's very similar to what's happened in the challenger bank market in the UK, because we have now 85 challenger banks in the UK, all competing with each other in the age group 18 to 45 or thereabouts. And they're all capturing the same kind of customers, and they're all competing with each other. So it's not sustainable in terms of the cost of doing that. To answer your question, it's not that the idea is bad. It's just that the idea is actually quite good, that there are so many competition trying to compete with each other on that. And the second problem is the go-to-market can get very expensive over time. Once you reach about, let's say, 1 million customers, how do you acquire the next million? It's actually quite expensive. That's when they start thinking of partnering with a large bank or a big tech like Facebook or any of the larger players, so they can now go to the bigger scale, which is quite hard for startups.
Yeah. So, I agree. I think there's a huge amount of competition out there. Even though I'd have to say, Debbie, I've seen some pretty bad ideas, some fintech are trying to pursue. So it's quite natural. If you look at theory of innovation, the innovation funnel, it starts up quite wide and then kind of it's really, really tiny towards the end. So not a lot of these ideas kind of survive. Some of them are good in terms of the thinking and value added, but really bad in execution, or vice versa. Really good execution, but for something that people don't really want to use in the end of the day. So, there's quite a bit of variation, and one on top of that has to add the natural talent of the CEOs and founders and how well connected they are. So there's a huge amount. So again, if you look at entrepreneurship kind of literature in academia, where we've done a huge amount of research and actually writing now papers on fintech market entry, there's a wide spectrum of factors that can kind of make sense whether or affect whether the startup will survive in the long term or not.
The next question is, are some initiatives taken by regulators globally to support, what are the initiatives taken by regulators to support the fintech and the digital banking industry? We heard before some actions from the Bank of Greece, the central bank, but maybe you can comment if actually there is support, if it's actually, again, viable. I mean that a lot of times you have to deal with bureaucracy, and if you're an SME and you have costs, as Debbie said, things can be really bad. Marcos, Debbie, please.
Just to say quickly on this, where I wasn't here in the presentation before by the central bank, but the regulatory sandboxes are quite topical right now. And after the successful kind of launch and implementation here in the UK from the FCA, and we've managed to speak to quite a few of the fintechs that were parts of the cohorts here in the UK, but also the regulators themselves. There is huge benefits in that because there is a dual mission to this. So regulators can understand a bit more of these new technologies and how to regulate around them to encourage more of the benefits that these can bring to consumers, but also protect at the same time the stability and resilience of the financial system. And also for the smaller companies or the bigger companies, because part of these sandboxes, you increasingly see these days bigger institutions also taking part in these. As a financial institution or a startup in this space, for example, you're able to observe what are the demands of the regulation and how you can kind of adapt your business model and your benefits you bring to your customers to basically comply with these. So there's a lot of benefits into these kind of sandboxes. Now there are different executions. Also the UK, the FCA here, they have kind of a digital lab where it's not just the regulatory sandbox, but is also the technology part of it, where they can provide data, etc. And that varies kind of around the world as well. But I think it's a really good idea.
I agree. I think regulatory sandboxes is a very popular topic at the moment. So we do our research we are doing a research on RegTech at the moment. And it's funnily enough, in the last 2 months after lockdown, we have seen Spain launch a regulatory sandbox. We have seen Italy launch a new regulatory sandbox. We have had an announcement from India, and we have had an announcement from, South Africa, or one of the countries near South Africa. So we have seen at least 4 new regulatory sandboxes being announced in the last couple of months. And of course, Asia has been quite formidable with the regulatory sandboxes. I think 80% of sandboxes today are run in Asia. So we kind of see all these announcements coming from Europe because they're kind of catching up. And when we look at what Asia has done in Singapore, in Malaysia, in Vietnam, and what India is planning to do, is been up. So the regulators are actually benefiting hugely from this, because now they are looking at collecting feedback better from the market, using AI and ML to kind of identify market manipulation, using this data to do policy harmonization across regulatory sandboxes around the world. For example, the partnership with FCA and the MAS in Singapore. And they also look at real-time supervision and reporting around that. So any kind of technologies that come through the sandbox is actually very useful for the regulators to kind of identify and say, okay, this is something that's useful for us to do our job of supervision, as well as useful for the market. And that's the two categories I would say that exist in sandboxes today. That's something that's directly relevant to the supervisor, and then something that's not directly useful to them, but useful for the market, which is the banks. So yeah, I think both of these have been absolutely fascinating to see, and I'm sure Europe is going to catch up, really.
Okay, great. So some years ago, when I and Dimitris were PhD students, Professor Azariades from UCLA told us that a bank is about trust. So I'm saying this because we know that big techs like Amazon, Google, they want also to act as banks. Do you think that this could be happen near the future, maybe later?
Yeah, if I may, can I start with this? Because I'm afraid I'll have to go
yes,
academics. So that would be my last contribution for this panel, I'm afraid.
Really Marcus, thank you.
And thanks for having me as well. Yeah, we've seen this move. Actually, we're writing a paper on that with another academic at University of Oxford right now, where we are studying very closely and trying to model how these big tech companies are entering different industries. And one of the industries we're looking very carefully is financial services. Now, the interesting thing is that, and again, there are different theories within economics and platform strategy, where, for example, you have an advantage in a market when there is a big overlap of your consumer pool, right, and your user user pool, and that's what we call envelopment. So you have a very big incentive based on how big this pool is and what kind of access to data you have, to roll into that industry and take over, some of the market, and that's what we think these big tech companies are doing now. What's interesting, we're really starting very carefully regulated industries where these platforms want to enter. And what's surprising is that within financial services sector, they have been very careful. They don't really want to touch things where the regulator will come back to them and say, well, now you need to start reporting to us all these kind of information because you're tackling kind of sensitive data, for example, or you're tackling or you're imposing a risk into the system. So what they do is trying to do this collaboration, delegate the compliance part to some financial institution, as we've seen and mentioned examples before with Goldman Sachs and Citibank, and then they only keep an additional layer, the layer of experience or some kind of other layer within the overall banking architecture or the value chain architecture within banking services, where they have extra access to data without being necessarily as much accountable. And that's the most worrying thing that we see these days, because the regulators, financial service regulators, are not able to regulate them as financial institutions because they don't have such licenses. They don't belong to the industry. But on the other hand, they start increasingly getting access to all these financial data of consumers, and has been very tricky and worrying. And I think the regulators within financial services, they need to step up their game and start thinking more along the lines of data rather than financial risk, for example, or other kind of fiscal issues that you have in the kind of entire kind of value chain of financial services. So I wish I could stay more and tell you a lot more. Yes. It's a very interesting piece of research, and actually is a topic that we discussed in the council we have at the World Economic Forum. And on that, actually, we'll have some papers out soon. So whoever is in the crowd and wants to access some of this research, please be in touch. Thanks a lot, Benny. Thanks a lot, Devi. It was great to see you guys.
Thank you. Thank you, Marcos. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. And I'll take over now, Amy, and try and answer your question on trust. Again, this is not something that has come up from research, but this is my personal opinion. And it's a personal opinion that is formed by watching trends from the dot-com crash and the previous recessions we have had. I think fintechs will have a trust issue, and that's because the moment one startup fails in a segment, we have a domino effect. And we've already seen that in the peer-to-peer lending space. So the peer-to-peer lending space was one of the highest, most valued segments very early on, especially in the US. And this was between 2010 and 2012. And one or two collapses, and then the whole market's valuations went down and several people went out of business. I am seeing something similar happening with, with the Wirecard situation now as well. Although they are a huge company, not really a fintech, but again, that's going to have a domino effect on other companies in the space. Challenger banking is another overcrowded market. So I think trust is an issue in that people see one failure in the segment and kind of say that, okay, all fintechs have a problem. And if you look at Twitter, people are quite vocal about their money going missing on Twitter for challenger banks and not for traditional banks. So traditional banks, they call up on the phone and start shouting. But for challenger banks, they complain on Twitter or write a blog about it because they are more of that age group that tends to tweet a lot, which is also a problem because then the reputation is on the line because of all the Twitter hashtags being shared. So there are a few things working against fintech at the moment in terms of trust, but it's part of the cycle. We'll see a few failures, I'm sure, and I'm betting on a few failures happening in the next 2 to 3 years, which I believe would be a good thing for the long-term future of the industry because then we cull out the weak and we have the strong players continuing in the market. So yeah, in a way, I'm looking forward to that.
Okay, I have the last question. This is my favorite one. Is there difference between fintech company and digital company? I mean, is it just in fashion, term in fashion?
Yeah. So fintech is all digital, but all digital is not fintech. So everything in the future will revolve when something is turned into technology in a bank. For example, you replace manual processing of paper services. So you're digitalizing something that was manual or done in a different way before. Whereas fintechs have started by always being online. So it's not necessarily that they had something manual that has been converted. Now, the way we can define fintech is quite simple. They have to be a startup, which means they have been launched after the 2008 financial crisis as a response to the issues that banks faced at the time with all the bailouts and everything. So they were launched as a result of the crisis, launched sometime after 2010. They have led a startup path, which means they've gone through VC rounds of funding, not stayed away from the funding rounds, which means they're not a startup then in a way. And the last criteria I would give is that fintech has to put the customer experience at the front. Now, a digital doesn't mean it qualifies for any of these criteria. It doesn't mean that you have to put experience at the front. It can be a backend, or it can be something that is done with very poor experience. It can be something where you don't get any VC rounds of funding like a startup does. And it doesn't have to be launched after 2010. So yeah, I mean, if you look at that definition, then they're quite different.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much, Debbie.
No worries. It's a pleasure. Thank you, Rennie.
And hope to see you soon, to welcome you in Athens.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Look forward to that. Have fun.
Bye. Let's move to our next session. Haritonas?
Yes, hello?
Hello?
Hi.
Hi, Valerio, are you with us? Valerio Poti?
Can you hear me?
Sorry, Valerio, just a second.
Hello?
Valerio?
Hi, sorry, apologies, my phone, sorry.
Okay, let me introduce both of you. Valerio is a professor, but also he was an ex-trader. He's an ex-trader. That's why I picked Valerio to moderate Hariton. And please, the floor is yours.
Great, fantastic. Shall I share my slides?
Yes, of course.
Thank you, Rennie. Do we have both speakers? Do we have Thomas? here as well, please?
No,
we have
just one speaker.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Thank you, Alison. Please, the floor is yours.
Fantastic, great. I will switch off my camera because just to make sure that there's enough bandwidth. For now, stopping video, sharing my screen again. I hope. Can you? Can you see my slide now?
Yes.
Perfect. So hello everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. First, I'd like to thank the organizing committee for the invitation. It's an honor and a pleasure to talk about what we do. My name is Hariton Korizis. I'm an electrical engineer, and before venturing into the fintech world, I had a 10-year career in investment banks, leading solutions in the world of derivatives and investment products. I'm the co-founder of and chief product architect of Resonance X, which is a low-code agility platform dedicated to supporting financial services firms to accelerate the efficient delivery of new products and make them capable of excellent customer engagement. And all of that on a hugely scalable, flexible, and auditable trading infrastructure. But let me introduce the content of my short presentation and why it matters. First, I'll talk about the current state of affairs, its challenges to serve existing clients with existing services, and the challenges to create and deliver innovative products in a competitive market. In the second part, I'll talk about some key capabilities that financial institutions need to empower the business, like the front office and operations and quants, to safely and rapidly deliver valuable products while reducing manual processes, the typical replication of different systems, and the need to fight internally for limited and precious IT resources. And before closing, I'll briefly show you what Resonance X is doing to bring this new target operating model to the market today. And by the end of my speech, what I'll hope to communicate is why what I have described fundamentally aligns to challenges and concerns faced by just every CEO and COO that we spoke to in the last few years, who need to make the business significantly leaner and safer, and basically unlock the innovative value hidden, inside different sides of the business, and serve the clients, in a world-class way. Starting with a problem, there's almost universal consensus and a mountain of research about why and how financial institutions must transform digitally. And that exists for banks, for asset managers, wealth managers, insurers, you name it. Today, I'll just show you two numbers that, for me, they paint that picture in high definition. First is that research shows that less than 50% of companies believe they're prepared for competitive threats inside their markets. And the second, that despite the fact that financial institutions are among those with the richest data on customers, companies, markets, only 26% are able to combine, enrich, and extract value out of their data hidden in different parts of their systems. And the typical reason for this are found to be starting with limited budgets, legacy culture. It's the skill sets which are not around the business, but typically siloed in specific parts of the business. And it's also the legacy IT infrastructure that in some cases it cannot even be updated or changed. And this leads to the process being very slow, and meaning this is a recipe for colossal failure. But where does all these deadlocks lead? Like, what's the end problem? That's the real problem. And the challenges that are listed here are, I'm sure they are not all of them, but just a few of them are basically that the business cannot easily innovate at scale and efficiently. There is like monolithic legacy IT systems that they cannot adapt. In some cases, they cannot even be removed. Third is that this leads to a culture of preferring to build over buy, meaning that everything slows down along the pipeline of innovation. And typical questions whenever even we talk to big institutions is any new infrastructure, like, will it be future proof, or will we need to keep updating it every time we need to add something? other question, like how can data and systems be integrated, well together, quickly and cheaply? Currently, that's typically like a heavy work by IT. And another typical challenge is like, will any new processes or any new third-party services, will we remain compliant if we actually add them and to enrich our service? So all these are very important and valid questions and challenges from existing banks and services and firms. And now, the interesting thing is, what we've seen in the past few months is that apart from these known issues, we need to see what also the typical COVID-19 period has taught us. So issues that has raised is that first, consumers have been aware and accustomed to really nice advanced digital engagement from non-financial institutions like Netflix, Amazon, Deliveroo. And there have been some very harsh realizations for financial services firms. First is that the old model of servicing clients in person is really unreliable. Second, that there's an urgent need to reduce the importance of having people working inside the firms. And the last way is that there are all these complex and fragmented systems basically led to any collaboration or any innovation process to just freeze. So employees are not really autonomous to go on with their business if it's not, business as usual, basically. So innovation is at risk. And what's, has a recent realization is that all firms basically in the financial services part need to first massively reassess the business model to be agile. That's well known. They need to look at open architecture that allows us to connect to different services and to leverage all these, new and sexy services that they can offer to their clients. Also, that needs to, the whole innovation pipeline that, this needs to be reimagined to be more agile. And so summing up, there's the last point, which is very important, is again that within all these institutions, there's a wealth of data from different geographies, different data, different customer profiles, different habits. So there is a need to actually harmonize all that data, bring it together, and create value-add services that actually, are more tailored to each client's personalized experiences, as anyone has been used from their own, apps on their mobile phones. So summing up, what are now the key capabilities that if we want to imagine a new target operating model? So what are these key capabilities that can massively change the landscape? For these 4 capabilities that the business must obtain to succeed in this new world is first that they need to be able to integrate in a frictionless manner with any other services, third-party, different systems within their institutions, and to be agile. Then they need to be flexible. They need to leverage best practices in other like software, software ecosystems like Python, which I'll explain why Python later. This will give them basically the ability to create new products and services and analytics very quickly. And of course, they need to have the unlimited scalability that financial services firms need with high performance computing and the cloud. Third quality is they need to be extendable, which means that the business need to be empowered to create new data, new operations very quickly without the need of heavy IT resources. At the same time, they need to be able to leverage the existing now, like a multitude of open source libraries for data science, machine learning, AI to again create value, and also be able to create new microservices, which means essentially launch new new parts of the infrastructure which may be separate from their existing infrastructure and segregated. And fourth, and very important capability is basically that everything that is created needs to be auditable, and all the control functions basically need to be involved in the either the auditability, the transparency, and creation of new products and analytics, and all of that. This target new operating model needs to be on a secure and permissioned infrastructure. So the challenges basically do not end there. And some key required capabilities include switching to an event-driven architecture, which means that clients require updates in their analytics and the visual aids and graphs in real time. They need to know what happens, now as the markets move, for example. And In the next slide, I will sound a bit more geeky, but I'll focus on two foundational future-proof choices of this proposed target operating model. Why low code? So first, what do we mean when a platform is no code? This is a major emerging trend when users can create applications with usual tools just by dragging and dropping. Such platforms are used to replace simple manual business processes or spreadsheets that don't require connections or third-party systems. Now, in contrast, a low-code platform allows coding where needed to create more complex elements that can go beyond the original architect's intent. So it leads to more general purpose capabilities and enables developers to create custom code not previously available, which really means that if designed properly, the sky's the limit in terms of analytics, new services, and innovation without boundaries, which is really the aim of in this very competitive game. The key takeaways for us now about this new low-code software paradigm is that it allows business people who aren't professional developers but are still capable for basic coding to be massively more productive. Front office quants, operations, people who are not professional coders can become autonomous and deliver at a significantly accelerated speeds. And this is the true value, where the true value lies, and where the true return of investment gets unlocked within an institution. The second foundational future-proof choice of this model is why I mentioned the use of Python programming language. Now, Python and open standards are the natural choice for financial services. It's simple, it has easy-to-learn syntax, and reduces the cost of program maintenance. And that's why it has evolved in one of the most loved and used languages, which has many benefits. But more specifically for financial services, it's particularly important that it's a faster growing language. So more and more people are entering the workforce and are comfortable with it. There is fast adoption within financial services. So for example, three times more jobs are posted on like job hunting websites versus 2 years ago. Citi Group even launched a Python course for their non-engineers. So it's very widely growing. And even now, mom and dads are amateur coders, helping their kids with their homework. So apart from that, there's a very rich ecosystem around like open source code and open source tools around data science, machine learning, AI. So every junior data scientist is actually, entering the workforce, with this sort of skills. So enabling novice programmers to use like a low-code platform basically puts an end to the large lack of skills availability to test, launch, and deploy new products autonomously. And with the latest cutting-edge technology, you can, which solves a lot of complex problems fast. You simply cannot base the future of an organization on proprietary or purpose-built languages and systems. Now, to summarize, going back to the topic of the new target operating model, I'll focus on the benefits it delivers to financial firms. So first, it disrupts the old and expensive model on the front office, a tech team, and IT teams which are separate and their own silos. Then it reduces the need to prioritize for resources. It allows for faster go-to-market, new products and services, unlocking basically the know-how and the expertise of the business to serve their clients. Enables innovation, which again is a rough topic of discussion, within many institutions, and it has to do that basically. If you deliver that on a secure permission-based environment, it means that all the formal regulatory needs and control needs can be enforced on such like advanced workflows. And by now you may be wondering like what Resonance X is doing compared to that like very modern and promising new operating model. Well, we believe so strongly that this is the future and got so much validation from the industry that we have gone out and built it. So to summarize briefly what we do, we leverage the best technologies, open source, cloud, and empower financial services to massively increase productivity and autonomy on the front office, operation and quants, to create and launch new products, innovate to redefine success, distribute powerful analytics, customizable also and reports, and harmonize and leverage basically the value of the data. And of course, we are making best use of open standards, Python ecosystem, and simplicity of low code. And we have a uniquely strongly team to do that. My co-founder Guillaume has deep knowledge on the buy side. His role was head of equities in JPMorgan Private Bank in Asia. Adrian, our CDO, has built many industry-recognized platforms and is a guru in high-performance architecture. And I've been leading investment businesses in global investment banks, and I would have given an arm and a leg for a platform like this. So together, we've already delivered on the first major case in wealth management, where we enable financial advisors to deliver robust and scalable advice tailored to each individual in the complex worlds of structured investments. But our capabilities extend to many more use cases, and we are talking to banks, hedge funds, asset managers to be their digital transformation catalyst too. Now, adding to that, to build a platform with these capabilities of that new target operating model, we have solved extremely challenging technical issues that are not easy to solve, so that our clients don't have to. Wrapping up, I'll be very glad, if someone, if you reach out to see what we do, also how we can unlock basically value in your organization, it would be my pleasure now to answer any questions. Thank you very much for your time.
Many thanks. Thanks, Anton. Thank for the interesting talk and the interesting perspective and that sort of update on what your company is trying to do to address in the needs that you highlighted. So I don't know how we want to play this. We could ask right now whether there are questions from the floor, or I have a couple of questions myself. Maybe I'll just show the questions there, and at the same time I would ask people to put to you their own questions. So then maybe you can answer all at once. I don't know. Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course. Anything that works.
Sorry, if I may, we don't have much time. Actually, we don't have time for questions. But Valerio, please, since we will have the opportunity again to have the conference, you can state the questions. We can have some food for thought.
Okay.
Also, I would like to say a few words about the cost action, and maybe Hariton and people with his background can give some valuable information and comments. So just summarize your questions if you have on your comments. And say,
but my comment, it was just a little question about how, there seems to be a modular view, right, of product development in the financial services, right, that came through from the talk. And I'm just wondering, how does radical innovation take place, in this modular view, right? Sort of not the day-by-day innovation, but the radical one, kind of opening the markets, completing markets, doing different, completely different things. I don't know, it might take time to answer that question. So, then again, it might be, that's a question we might leave to the main conference. And I don't know, do you think about cost, or, we discussed that, so this talk, and what your company does and companies in that space do is relevant to the cost action that was recently approved. We got a cost action approved on the team of Fintech, and in particular artificial intelligence for transparency in financial services. And so, and there are several relevant issues, several relevant topics, that have been discussed both in this session and in other sessions. I don't know. We could, if there is interest, we could set up, something to explain what the relevance, right, of these ideas. Some of the ideas are, is for the cost action, and vice versa. How the cost action can help support some of the ideas that have been discussed.
Yes.
I don't know. I mean, how tight we are for time. You tell me.
Just a minute.
Okay. Look, let's just say that there is a cost action there which potentially is relevant, provides potentially resources, and maybe it's a conversation to be continued when we have a little bit more time, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're gonna arrange something later.
Okay.
You
thank
need to have it ready. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Let's proceed. Dimitris, are you with us?
Here. Hello.
Hi, Dimitris. Hi.
Hello. So I'm the moderator of, I think, the last session, if I'm not wrong.
No, we have one more.
Okay, so the one before the last one. So actually, I'm Dimitrios Kolokas. I'm a PhD researcher at Fleric Business School based in Brussels, and I'm the moderator, as I said, of a section with 3 speakers, starting with Georgios Panos, Ioanna Pepelasis, and Ronald Cleverland. Georgia Pane, you could start already with your presentation. Everybody has 15 minutes. So
okay. Thanks very much. I'm George Panos. I'm a professor of finance at the Adam Smith Business School in the University of Glasgow. Many thanks, Dimitri. Many thanks to Benny for the invitation and for the opportunity to, meet the people. I mean, and I wish we had the pleasure to meet in person, but hopefully that will happen at some point in the near future. So I don't know if you can see my screen. I've shared my screen, and apologies for not sending my slides earlier. So I understand we have 15 minutes. I'll try to keep it short. I mean, I wanted to contribute to the discussion, potentially some food for thought based on the difficulties of an academic when they're trying to sort of design, kind of a new fintech curriculum. So the need has come up from and the demand for companies for talent and for new people who are trained on some of the things that essentially are essential for the fintech era. And recently in Glasgow, we went through this dialogue and through this discussion, and we came up with one version of a fintech program. And I must say that probably time will show whether, essentially this version needs updating. So let me just try to put some of the points together. I'll probably be going quickly through my slides. I must also mention that my background is that of a labor economist who is trained originally in labor economics, and then my work was related to entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial finance, and that's how somehow I made the transition to fintech. One of my core areas is also something called financial literacy, which has to do with the ability of people to essentially understand basic concepts. So I'm worried about things that have to do with how much people understand, from the everyday person to even finance trained people, how much they can really understand when it comes to some more sophisticated things that involve, computer apps and programs that are supposed to disrupt or bring something new to the world. So this is one group that I'm guessing is quite familiar with the fintech era. Essentially, we have the traditional view of the not so traditional, the new view of the mobile app that does pretty much everything. That's the mobile bank, essentially, which can enable things related to financial inclusion. And then the more optimistic views that, there's a solution to almost every problem potentially through blockchain technologies. And I will mention briefly some of these views later on. Now, from a labor economics perspective, when we talk about financial technologies and disruptive technologies, we have the distinction between enabling financial technologies that involve computer-assisted design, such as the M-Pesa applications in Kenya, which basically was supposed to be really conducive to increasing the financial inclusion of almost 80% of households within 4 years. And then we have the view of replacing financial technologies, such as, the industrial robots, essentially the robot accountant or the robot judge that through artificial intelligence can help with essentially giving the right advice or even judgment when it comes to reviewing past cases. So apparently, the applications of fintech, and the reason why so much attention has been paid to fintech and, so much emphasis has been placed even in the prices of stocks of technological and fintech related companies in the stock market, is because apparently apparently, there are views that there can be many, many more applications of the underlying technologies on issues such as voting and the voting of citizens abroad, through blockchain technologies, the maintenance of health records, supply chain management, property records, government benefits, education records, and pretty much everything else that has to do with operating within a network and improving the governance of that network through some properties that are supposed to have the potential to improve. In finance, of course, we have massive potential applications on issues related to corporate governance and trading securities on the blockchain, central banks and digital currencies, sovereign debt management, financial inclusion, banking the unbanked, etc. I won't mention all the sectors, but apparently one can distinguish between banking, payments, investing, and infrastructure. If one looks at the Forbes 2020 list of the 50 fintech startups for this year, there are some notable companies in there, and one will notice that out of the 50 companies, 12 of them are in one of my favorite domains, that of personal finance, which has to do with finding solutions, essentially, for simple problems of the everyday individual that apparently no one had thought of providing before. I will mention some companies such as Dave, Credit Karma, essentially Affirm, and many more. So there are some really interesting cases of companies that didn't really reinvent the wheel. They just found a simpler way of doing certain stuff that were supposed to be there for facilitating their customers and for some kind of a greater good. So apparently, the design of fintech apps, if one notices these companies, requires both the understanding of finance at a very good level and high-level technical skills in things such as big data or the management of big data, or even the design of certain applications, essentially. So this seems to be already a synthesis of skills, two skills that traditionally would stem from two different sectors, that of a standard social science, e.g. finance or economics, and then the ICT sector, which apparently, studying both, you don't get to find easily people that have a background in both, basically. So that's how the need for a newer and updated curriculum has arisen, essentially. And if one looks at recent surveys of employers and experts, they will notice that there's a repetition all the time about notable skills gaps in training and lack of experience of both graduates and employees who are likely to be employed in the fintech occupations. This exists both for graduates stemming from social sciences such as finance, but also from people stemming from computer science background. Anyone who has tried to work on an ICT project, either funded by the European Commission or somewhere else, they will notice that essentially there is a gap in the language that the two disciplines use, and bridging that gap apparently is something that has always been a challenge, and it is a challenge now. I mean, it hasn't been automatically resolved just because the fintech sector has grown that much. So whether we look at reports from PricewaterhouseCoopers and their skills, you will notice a constant repetition of skill shortages, lack of high technical skills, some 9 million jobs needed, or people, essentially a shortfall in these jobs by 9 million people by 2020, which is essentially now. Among the CEOs, you will notice statements such as 72 or 73% concern about the pace at which technological change is happening and the lack of availability of skills in people. 83% of insurance CEOs, again, worried about the speed of change and the lack of skills in people. And notably, the CFA, which is, probably one of the most recognized institutes of providing professional accreditation and training to people from the finance sector, essentially finding that there's a similar need and trying to find ways to include in their curriculum, essentially special domains for fintech, starting from 2021 and 2022, basically. So, they are interested in including relevant content in their curriculum. So apparently, we need to distinguish, that's again the labor economist talking about what seems to be the case. My view is that this is probably a skills mismatch, but in labor economics, we have different definitions of mismatches, skills mismatches, overqualifications, underqualifications, overskilling, underskilling, skill shortages, and skill deficits. So in this particular case, my view is that essentially we're either dealing with a skill mismatch, that there are people who are trained out there and with a bit of extra vocational training, perhaps they could adapt to fintech. And I think most of the cases of the successful startups and CEOs were people who were able to adapt. They started from one background, IT, and then they got to understand finance better through practice or through working in the financial sector. Or we're talking about a skill deficit, in which case we will need to reinvent the wheel and basically, provide completely new training programs that would be four-year undergraduate programs where people could actually get a balanced combination of skills in IT and in social sciences and finance. So the graphs I will probably jump through because of the lack of time. So among the industries that have expressed the need for learning among the European Union countries, you will see that both finance and ICT rank among the highest. So, you have the majority of companies expressing the need for learning in Europe, new learning and basically new training. Then the top 5 occupational groups with rapidly changing skills, according to Cbdc, again, which is a European Union institution based in Thessaloniki, in Greece, actually involve finance professionals and ICT professionals and associate professionals. The decelerating task complexity in finance and essentially, again, ICT seems to be the lowest, which means it's actually the highest accelerating one. So task complexity in their jobs seems to be accelerating at the highest. They're drivers of change. If we look at the categories I have here in detail, we'll notice that processing power, big data, cloud computing, and things that are part of the fintech agenda seems to be among the highest drivers of change in the in the ICT industry and the financial sector as well. Now, interestingly, these are sectors where the incidence of work-based learning seems to be the lowest as well. I mean, if we look at the people who say that I got most of my training during my time at the university, we will notice that most of the professionals in these disciplines, in ICT and in finance, they will say that most of my training I actually got at the university, and basically work-based learning or vocational programs seem to be very few or relatively absent when it comes particularly to technological skills. Most of the people say that basically their training came from uni and not really at the workplace. So essentially, that's more or less the realization, and this is the situation I will speak at the moment. And if we look at efforts to build new programs that try to somehow start reinventing the wheel, we'll see that all the top schools, starting from NYU, Columbia, Wharton, and that's in the US, and some schools in the UK, have started building either MBA programs. In the US, it seems to be the case that their preference for fintech is as part of an MBA degree. In the UK, we started with MSc degrees and some degrees that are available online. Now, browsing through these products as we were trying to create our own, essentially, one realization was that very few were actually managing to embed the hard skills involved in understanding things related to ICT. At the best case scenario, there would be some courses that involve training in Python and R and things that are related to managing big data or managing content or extracting content from the web. But even in that case, you would probably see that most of the people actually needed to have either a previous background or complement their courses with own training from Coursera or from other sources. So far, the review of most of the programs that started essentially engaging in the fintech agenda is that very few were emphasizing on the hard skills, and most of them were trying to complement that with an internship period instead of a dissertation in the summer, where people would try to get some practical training working with a company that is engaged in some sort of a fintech-related agenda in order to get the practical experience that potentially the program could not really provide. I should not trouble you too much with our exercise. I would probably say that it was part of a large negotiation within the school where we had all the traditional problems that academics experience when it comes to designing a new curriculum. So my realization is also that our own program, we started with courses that were aiming for Python, for R, for C++, for finance, for big data, and visualization methods. At the end of the day, our dialogue still with our computer science colleagues is still taking place. It hasn't been completed. So the outcome of the final product was a more management-based technology management program trying to approach fintech rather than what I would call a hard skill Fintech program. So the problem with the list, and probably you cannot see most of my screen, but I will just mention that you will notice there's a very, very, very big list of courses. I mean, if you want to get to things like functional programming, artificial intelligence, machine learning, cybersecurity, human-computer interaction, these would be all parts of a standard computer science course. If you want to do also some courses on business ethics, which people should, or in core finance skills such as risk management and quantitative finance and systemic trading, then apparently we're talking about a curriculum that there's absolutely no way that can fit really into a 1-year course. How am I doing time-wise, Dimitri? I'm usually terrible. 1 minute. Okay. So essentially, some points. Can this curriculum be covered in 1 year? Who is it better suited to, finance or business graduate, or is it better to convert people with an ICT degree? Should it be a 4-year undergraduate degrees or 1 or 2 year postgraduate degrees? Is there space for vocational qualifications? These are all just rhetorical questions. Obviously, there is. Now, some lessons from history. Where we failed with the previous year of financial engineering is that most academics didn't really cope with, teaching it or with approaching it in the way that they could. For most of us who had to teach derivatives courses or through financial engineering courses, I think the realization that most of us were struggling to cope with actually teaching that curriculum effectively. So the lack of communication between people who had the hardcore quantitative skills and the people teaching in finance existed since the financial engineering era. I think the outcome of that process was destructive because you had professionals working in that sector that were selling products that they could barely understand themselves. And I think that's a big part of the explanation why the market became so large, volatile, and at the end collapsed in the way that it did. Fintech apparently has the potential for, you can see some parallels with financial engineering. Whenever an academic hears the word disruptive, usually they're looking for a shelter in case the universe collapses. So some elements of that curriculum we must be able to basically provide, and it's our responsibility to provide in order to avoid that thing from happening again. 3 is a very large one. I think that in general, in the higher education era, one of the computer scientists at MIT, Joseph Aoun, talks about the science called humanics, which is actually a new way of approaching the teaching of humanities and even social sciences, where we teach people to engage and learn skills that will help them compete with robots. Among them is critical thinking, systems thinking, entrepreneurship, and cultural agility. So there is this discussion, which is a much broader one, that our entire education system potentially needs to be thought of again if we're to adapt to the new era post fintech. I think these are my points, and I should probably stop. One final point that I just wanted to mention was that Greece, since we are in Greece and the conference is taking place in Greece, potentially has a comparative educational advantage in the fintech era. I must note the multitude of technological educational institutes that exist and the schools of engineering and computer engineering, where people are provided with some very decent and solid training, both in ICT and potentially in management. If we added a bit of finance to that, it potentially make up for something unique. For technological educational institutes in Greece, this is potentially an opportunity to reinvent themselves into something really more modern, more practical, and really something that's going to generate potentially jobs and a comparative advantage for Greece. Obviously, there's a role for vocational training and executive education in fintech, and these are all very big opportunities, I think, both for academics, also for consortia such as the one hosting the meeting, but also for professionals engaged in vocational and exec ed. Thanks very much, and I hope I didn't take too much more time than I should.
It was a wonderful presentation. I'm looking forward to the actual conference, and thank you for the optimistic conclusion. We need it during these hard times, and we can move forward to our next presentation, Ioanna Pepelasi, if I'm not mistaken. Ioanna, are you here? Ioanna, are you here?
Pepelasi?
Yeah, Ioanna Pepelasis. I can see somebody connecting to the audio, so I'm just going to wait for a second.
Professor Pepelasi, can you hear us? Can you hear us? Okay, she has some technical issue. Is Ronald here?
Roland Roland Cleverland from Utrecht.
Just a second, guys.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Professor Panos. I didn't know we will have delays.
That's okay. I think most of the points went through, but we can discuss some of them as part of the panel discussion or something like that.
They're very interesting, actually. Also, in our business school, they changed the curriculum of one of our masters in science in order to adjust to digitization, etc. So I find it very modern, actually.
Can you send again the Zoom connection, Professor Pepelassi?
So, Professor Panos, can I ask you a question while we are waiting for the next speaker? Would that be possible? Yeah. So I had at the very end of you explained that we don't really know. It's a rhetorical question if this upgrade of the skill set should happen at the graduate, pre-graduate, or executive level. It's an MBA or another certificate. What is your personal opinion? Is it better to train students while they're studying finance and then being ready to go to the market, or give them some theoretical background and then improve their hard skills, let's say, while working?
I think that, the answer is, it's kind of an obvious one, but unfortunately, that's not what's happening at the moment. You see most universities reacting with either starting MSc programs, which can make them money, or revamping or adjusting MSc programs to adapt to the needs of the digital era. And that's the pure explanation of that is just because they're money horses. They bring money. So, unfortunately, that's exactly the same thing that happened with financial engineering, that, the need was expressed by the market that we need people with degrees in this and somehow trained in this. We need them fast, and we had to adapt fast. While in reality, I think that, you would rarely see an actual undergraduate degree called financial engineering as part of a school of engineering or even as part of a business school, basically. So it seems to be the case that, this is happening here as well with fintech, where people, they start MSc programs, then they create some vocational training courses that they can sell to companies, and that's fine. Retraining executives and training staff in companies is a good thing, but especially when it comes to creating the aspiration to undergraduates to work in fintech, and then really telling them that you're going to do this as part of an MSc degree after you graduate, I think is the outcome of being in a hurry to do things. There is one in Greece. I know that there's one particular program. I think it is either in Polytechnic, Metsovi, or in Kapodistriako, in one of the two. I have to remind myself the exact title, where they actually used to do this since quite a few years ago. They were having a very balanced combination of training in ICT and training in business and finance courses. And I don't think they were calling themselves fintech. They were calling themselves something completely different. So that's probably the one case of a really balanced program that I know, and I was surprised to find out that it has existed for all that time. In reality, we have resistance to change from both academics and from the people who provide the training. As I said, computer scientists and business professors or finance professors talking in the same language is proving to be one of the most difficult things. And unless we somehow make that happen, I'm a little bit worried about the future of fintech, the future of fintech talent, the future of fintech training.
Okay, that was a great answer. I'm sure I will ask you many more questions live, hopefully. So, Ioanna, I can see Professor Pepelasis, you're here. I'm happy you are done with your technical issues and you're here with us. So anytime you could start with your presentation after you unmute your microphone. It would be good if you could unmute your microphone. It's on the bottom left.
Okay.
That's great. We can hear you now.
Okay, please excuse me. I just want to have my notes with me. I got a bit confused because I was on YouTube. I'm very excited to be here. And I've really enjoyed listening to the presentations. I would like to thank Veni Arakelian so much for the invitation. And I just want to say in way of introduction that Fintech is really a very promising sector in Greece. Now, what I do, I still haven't found my notes, but I'll talk a bit. What I do is that I am an economic historian who has researched the business history of creation of firms in Greece during the 19th and 20th centuries. And with the economic crisis, I changed my focus. I continue my research on firm creation, but I now study the startup ecosystem in Greece. The startup ecosystem that was born with the economic crisis. And we've lived through really a revolution, a silent revolution in Greece in terms of the change of the entrepreneurial method. Okay, as a historian, I will start real back. And what I will say to start with is Greeks are very innovative because of our situation, our geographic situation and geology, and the rocky terrain, the sand and the sea require for survival and for progress that we are very innovative. So this is something that is in our DNA. There are periods of Greek economic history where we have not been innovative, and where the most innovative period starting point is ancient Greece. And here I would like to note that the Greeks were very well known in ancient times for their inventions. These inventions, mechanical or not, were geared towards construction of infrastructure buildings, temples. They didn't have much to do with everyday life. Very few inventions were geared towards everyday life. I really enjoyed the presentation from the Technology Museum, actually. And we were very near to inventing the steam engine. I won't go into the reason why inventions were not turned into innovations. In the financial realm, the two major innovations I would like to refer to is in ancient times, is first of all that we Greeks in Lydia discovered the coin. The first circulation of coins was in that area. They were made from electron, and they were actually minted in an area which was very commercialized, linking Mesopotamia to other Greek cities. So that's an invention we cannot pass by, a very important financial innovation. And also during the Athenian democracy in the 5th century, we are very innovative in terms of finance. And one of the big innovations in terms of finance are the sea loans, which really lay the basis for the development of the insurance industry later. So democracy with the development of finance go hand in hand, and entrepreneurship. You can't have the evolution of entrepreneurship after a certain stage if you don't have very sophisticated financial means. So the history of entrepreneurship and finance will go together. The next step I would like to, I'm taking snapshots now, that I would like to refer to is the period under the Ottomans, the late Ottoman occupation, where we have the development through diaspora Greek merchant houses that spread all over the world, the development basically of trade but also of important financial techniques. Now here, these financial techniques were not pure innovations, as in the case of the ancient Greeks. They were tweaks, they were twists to existing practices. Like we were very innovative in the way that we circulated bills of exchange, turning bills of exchange into future items. We were innovative, the diaspora Greeks, in terms of linking the Greek state with the international capital market when it was excluded from the international capital market from 1843 to 1879. And this was done through an internal network of diaspora banks that circulated in paper of the internal Greek debt throughout their international branches, and they were able in this way to send foreign exchange to Greece and capital at a time when Greece was secluded from the international capital market. I have found the documents on this, but I've never had time to study it, and I really hope somebody does in the future. As we move on to time, I would like to mention in the 19th century also, late 19th century, the example of a Greek moneylender in Venice who was very innovative. Parenthesis, there are very few case studies of moneylenders globally. So when I did this case study with a colleague of mine in Venice, we discovered that he knew that he had made a fabulous fortune. He was as rich as the major bankers in Venice at the time. But he did this by charging very, very low interest rates. I mean, his interest rates were equal to the interest rates of the former banks. And he was able to do that because he set up a very special network of trust and information. No one could escape from repaying his loans taken from the moneylender. So in this way, he was able to be reputable, respectable, and make a large fortune. When we come to the Greek state from 1830 to up to the crisis of 2008 and 2009, what we see is that we do not have innovations in terms of financing Greece. What we do have is basically technology transfer. And technology transfer is very, very important. And one of the most important technology transfers in the modern Greek state was actually the creation of the Central Bank of Greece, the Bank of Greece as we know it today, which was set up in 1928. And this bank was set up with the prototype of the Bank of England, but it couldn't survive. It had to adapt to local conditions. So in this respect, Greeks were very innovative. The bankers, the state, and they made it a sort of semi-controlled bank by the state, and it wasn't given the independence that was originally granted to it in the charter. So here we have a technology transfer which becomes successful through innovation, through, how can I say, tweaks, innovative tweaks, adaptability. Now, I have 5 minutes. Yes, I'm finishing. Yep. So now we come to 2008. The financial crisis was a driver of change. It was a driver creating a new high-tech ecosystem, much more high-tech than the rest of the Greek business ecosystem. And I'm researching startups that were incubated between 2010 and 2016. My team has been searching this day, yesterday and today, to find fintech firms in this database. They were not able to find any fintech firms. Through my own research on the internet, I was able to find that we have 34 fintech startups now in Greece. And what I find is interesting as a student of entrepreneurship and finance is that some of these fintech terms, such as the one that Hariton Korizis mentioned, are established by Greeks outside Greece, and some of them have branches in Greece. And so we have basically the diaspora now coming back into Greece, assisting financial innovation And this is becoming, the fintech firms that I have found are in various areas, they're not in one area. And basically, I hope until our next meeting that I'll have a clear picture of what's happening today. And excuse me. Yes. I never open my notes. I'm speaking without my notes, but the list is really exciting. And my thoughts are that for the first time in Greece ever, there's a friendly environment for business. And this friendly environment is helping. 3 hubs have been created for FinTech. One has been created by the Greek Capital Markets Commission. The other one is by the Bank of Greece, as we heard earlier, the National Bank of Greece, and there's one more created by a well-known think tank, Victor. So I think I'll stop here, and if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Professor Pepelasis, thank you very much for your presentation. Veni, if I'm not mistaken, we are out of time, so maybe we could proceed with the next presentation. Is that right?
Yes, exactly. We have to keep the question for the real conference, please.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So, Ronald Cleverland, are you here?
Ronald?
Is Utrecht with us? I don't have any contact from Roland, so...
If there's any question in the meanwhile, I'd be happy to answer.
Okay, so Professor Pepelasis, I have a question regarding the different types of innovations, because as you explained, in ancient times, it started with more mechanical inventions and then moved forward financial inventions. And then during the late Ottoman occupation, it was more like an upgrade of existing structures. And at that time, the modern times, it was, there is a lack of innovation, definitely, but now it is an ecosystem building up. So I would like to ask you, these ecosystems, are they going to actually promote new inventions, upgrades, or something, or a hybrid that we have not experienced so far?
My impression is, but I may be wrong, that these are very high tech, at the frontier of modern research. Some are coming out of universities. No, this is a new ecosystem. We're finished with the Greek twisting, and we've moved on to a new level comparable to that of the ancient Greece. I'm very excited with what I'm observing around me. At the moment, I'm involved in a large research project, which is actually charting the ecosystem as it is in 2020. I'm very impressed. New ideas completely.
We would be very pleased if you could give us a short example. So, like this, we have a better idea.
Okay. If you'll be very kind to please wait for me. I sort of panic with technology when I'm in front of an audience. Yes, here I am. Now I am in my notes and I can answer. Okay. I'll give you, I'm actually discovering these fintech for this conference, and I'm very thankful to Veni. And I don't think much has been written on them other than in the press. Okay, one moment. First of all, I'd like to note that according to the European Innovation Scoreboard in 2019, Greece is a moderate innovator, but Greece's performance has improved 20% points from 2011 to 2018. I don't want to talk about high tech versus low tech. I want to go into the specific companies. One moment. Computer is a bit slow. I don't know why. Where are my companies? Oh, I've opened the wrong file. Sorry. Also, 2018, Greece was, as you may already know, was the capital of Europe in terms of innovation. Now, fintech for me, it can be confused with other types of innovation. Like when we talk about the new digital economy, fintech is all digital, all that I have found. So I'd like to mention Plum, registered in the UK, present also in Athens, set up by Greece. It is an artificial intelligence assistant that helps users make smart management and investment choices to both grow and save their money. Revolut, 2016. For some of these, I was unable to find the date of establishment on their sites. My research is completely web-based. Revolut, 2016, registered in the UK. As a new banking alternative application, Revolut provides users with 3 key features: instant payment notifications, free international money transfers, and global free spending. Card, with a K, is a new Greek application that helps consumers save hundreds each year from online card purchases. Am I going fast?
No, I'm just wondering, Revolut is indeed Greek. I didn't know that.
Yes, but it's registered in the UK.
Oh, that's great.
This is very interesting. The new startup ecosystem after 2015 started registering their companies outside Greece. The first financial fintech firm that I found was established in 2002, Viva Payment or Viva Wallet. Now in 2014, we have the other Viva. Okay, so we have 2 Vivas. So the big push for fintech, I'm shivering saying this, really, is the capital controls of 2015 and the terrible COVID pandemic. Within this pandemic, Greeks are showing our number 1 attribute, which is flexibility. Do you want me to give a few other names? Easy Starter, crowdfunding platform.
It depends on the appetite of Veni and how she would like us to proceed.
Sure, Veni.
We don't have much time, actually, so if you please, conclude.
I'd like to refer to Nordblock, 2016, headquarters in Stockholm, and also present in Athens. So we see not only that through fintech, we have a brain gain in terms of companies established in Greece or in the UK, which through the new international diaspora, the Greek diaspora, but we also will have, I believe, fintech will draw foreigners to come to Greece and do fintech in Greece with all the money that's being circulating around for fintech. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Pepelassis.
Thank you, Dimitris, very much.
Thank you very much.
Just to give a hint, Dimitris will be one of our speakers during the real conference. And
I'm looking forward.
For everything.
Looking forward, Dimitri, to your presentation.
Thank you, Professor Pepelassis. Let's move to our next session. A friend, a colleague. Oh, hi.
Hello.
Our first speaker is Kostas Labrinoudakis. Kostas.
Hello, Veni.
Hi.
Thank you very much for the invitation to this very interesting event.
Thank you very much. And allow me to say that we had to reshape the agenda and...
Oops.
Okay, is everything okay? And I deeply thank Kostas, the most flexy and nice guy, nice speaker.
You are very welcome. I'm glad I could help.
Thank you, Kostas. Thank you very much. I'm honored and very, very happy to have you here.
Thank you.
So you have something like 50 minutes.
All right. Are you able to see my slides?
Yes, everything is okay.
Great. Let me minimize this. All right. So I'm Kostas Labrinoudakis. I'm a lecturer in finance at the University of Leeds, and today I'm going to talk to you about blockchains and earnings management. So this is work in progress. It's a working paper. It's a joint work with Malek Eldiri from the University of Leeds and Mutaz Karouf from Oracle. The basic idea is to explore the relationship between the usage of blockchain technology by firms and the level of earnings management activity. The idea is that given that this technology allows for more transparency and irreversibility in recording transactions, business transactions, then this should demotivate firms from engaging in earnings management. So in order to test this hypothesis, we use a sample of 116 firms that have already applied this type of technology and see whether they are involved, let's say, in less earnings management. Well, the results have been really surprising because we found the exact opposite result. Actually, the introduction of this technology is associated with higher rather than lower levels of earnings management. So let's see why. Let's see this in more detail. So first of all, earnings management, what is it? In a nutshell, it is the process of manipulating the financial reports. What you usually have is a group of stakeholders of the firm, the managers, trying to mislead other stakeholders for personal gains. Although this type of activity is very harmful to the firm in the long run. Some classic examples of earnings management are when managers try to mislead the shareholders, the existing shareholders. For example, it has been documented that managers always try to inflate the reported earnings in order to achieve earnings targets and get their bonuses, right? This happens when the compensation of the manager is tied either to the profitability of the firm or the performance of the stock price. So this is a stylized fact, happens a lot. Another classic example of earnings management is when the managers, either with the controlling shareholders or without them, are trying to mislead the outside investors, the future potential shareholders of the company. So again, it has been documented that around seasoned equity offerings, firms always try to inflate their earnings. And the reason they're doing this is that they're trying to increase the stock price and eventually sell the new shares at a higher price. Of course, this has consequences for the long run. I mean, there is a lot of research indicating that the subsequent negative performance of firms after the ICO is related to the degree of earnings management around the CEO. So it becomes obvious that earnings management is not good for the long run for the companies. Now, let's be a bit more specific. There are two main types of earnings management. The first one is the accrual earnings management. Actually, this is like managers playing with accounting rules, right? What they try to do is to transfer transactions from one fiscal period to another, right? They can do that by changing the depreciation method or backdating or forward booking some transactions or even changing the terms under which the credit provisions are calculated. There has been extensive research that has indicated that this is definitely very harmful for the company in the long run. And I mean, it's plausible. You can, kick the can down the road. You can defer some expenses for future fiscal periods, but eventually, at some point, you will have to register them. And when you do that, this will definitely hit your earnings and the company value. And this is what has been documented by the empirical research so far. Now, the next one, the second type of earnings management is that of real earnings management. This can be even worse for the long-term performance of the firm. This is about decisions, operational, investment, or financial decisions made by the management that has the objective of inflating the earnings of the current period. And you can do that with many ways, many types of decisions. For example, you can speed up the sales by giving more lenient credit terms to your clients. You can manipulate discretionary expenses like R&D expenses or expenses for training your personnel. And you can even increase the production in order to reduce the fixed cost per unit towards the end of the fiscal period. Of course, these might have some short-term benefits in terms of increasing the reported earnings in the particular fiscal period, but it definitely hurts the company in the long run. Think about the R&D expenses, for example, right? Let's assume that you cut down on your R&D expenses. Okay, that's fine. You reduce your costs. Your earnings are increasing currently, but in the long run, you might end up with a product that is less competitive with respect to your peers. So this will definitely hit your company in the long run. So that's why real earnings management can have very negative consequences for the long run. Okay, I think that we can understand what earnings management is about. So let's bring blockchains into the picture. We all know that blockchain is a database, right? An open database that is decentralized, does not have a central supervisor. And in this database, all the transactions between the users of the blockchain can be recorded in successive blocks. And there is a great amount of transparency. I mean, all users can observe and verify the transactions. And one of the most important characteristics of the blockchains, it is that it's very difficult to change a transaction once it has been recorded. Let's see this in a bit more detail. Okay, this is a very naive, a very simple graphical representation of a blockchain. So let's assume that you want to do, you're part of this blockchain and you want to do a transaction. Let's call it transaction 123 with another user of this blockchain. So let's say that you do this transaction. This is approved by the other users and recorded, saved in block X. Now, then you have some subsequent transactions between other users of the blockchain, which are recorded in blocks Y and Z. What if you try to change the transaction 123? Let's say that you might want to change the date of the transaction or the name of the counterparty or the amount of money or the amount of value that was exchanged. Can you do that? Well, not so easily. I mean, first of all, it will be visible to all the other users. And second, and most importantly, in order to do a change in block X, you have to do a lot of changes in the data in blocks Z and Y. And this requires a very complicated and expensive coding, right? I don't know about the technical details, but definitely it's something really difficult to do. Long story short, there are two important characteristics in blockchains when it comes to recording transactions. Irreversibility when recording a transaction and transparency, right? And these two characteristics of the blockchain is what has made many researchers argue that this could be a very good opportunity to take advantage of blockchains in order to use them as a ledger, as a platform to record business transactions, right? And once you do that, then most of the companies, most of the managers will be demotivated from doing earnings management because it will be very difficult to change transactions like backdating or forward booking them, right? It will become obvious to all the platform participants. And of course, it will be technically very difficult because you will have to change all the blocks in between, right? Between the date of the transaction and the present. And this is exactly the foundation of our paper. This is our, let's say, theoretical argument, our hypothesis, right? So there have been papers stating this hypothesis theoretically, and our paper is the first one that empirically explores this relationship, let's say. So we are using a sample of 116 companies that have already applied this technology. the sample has been hand collected, and we are using 3 different tests to see if the introduction of blockchain technology in a firm's operations reduces the earnings management on behalf of the firm. So let's move on and see the first one of these 3 tests. The first test is actually a time series test. We are comparing the financial statements of the companies, of each company before and after the implementation, the adoption of the blockchain technology, and see if the level of earnings management increases after the adoption of the blockchain technology by the firm. And on this table, you can see the results. Let me use a pointer. Now, let me explain, let me guide you through this table. Now, we have 4 columns with data. Each one of these 4 columns corresponds to a different regression, right? We regress a metric capturing earnings management on several variables, and the variable of interest is that one, the independent variable of interest. It is a dummy variable taking the value of 1 for the years that a company has has implemented blockchain technology, and 0 otherwise. The first column is about accrual earnings management, and the last 3 columns are about real earnings management. Each one column corresponds to a different type of real earnings management. And as you can see, when it comes to accrual earnings management, the coefficient is positive statistical significant, implying that once the company starts using the blockchain technology, it increases the level of accrual earnings management. As I've already told you, this is a really surprising result and is against our hypothesis. When it comes to the real earnings management, the coefficients are all insignificant across the board, implying that firms do not change their behavior when it comes to real earnings management. Now, let's move on to the second test. Yes. Now, the second test is again a test with a time series aspect. We are comparing the behavior of the firms before and after the implementation, but instead of using just 2 stages, right, either implementing or not implementing, we are using 3 stages instead. So the first one is not involved. The second one is a period where the company is, let's say, testing the waters. It's exploring the use of blockchain technology, or it's developing a blockchain system or application. And the third stage is the implementation, the stage through which the company is actually using blockchain technology in their operations. And in order to capture this distinction between the 3 stages, we are using an ordinal variable instead of a simple dummy variable, a variable that takes the value of 1 when the company is not involved at all in blockchains, 2 when it is testing this technology, and 3 when it is implementing this technology. Everything else stays the same, right? The structure of the table and the regression is exactly the same as on the first table. And as you can see, the results are very similar. We get a positive and statistical significant coefficient for accrual earnings management, and insignificant coefficients across the board for real earnings management. So what does this mean? What is the interpretation? Well, the interpretation is that it seems to be a linear relationship between, let's say, the level of involvement in blockchain technology and the level of earnings management activity. So when the company goes from not involvement to testing, the accrual earnings management activity increases. And when it goes from testing to implementation, then the activity increases even further, the activity of earnings management. So this is what we learn from the second test. And let's move on to the third one. The third one is actually a cross-sectional test. We find some companies who are let's say, very similar to the companies of our sample. The only difference being that they are not using blockchain technology. So let's see what the results are. Again, the structure of the table is exactly the same as the previous two ones, the only difference being the dummy variable. In this case, we have a dummy variable that takes the value of 1 for the companies in our sample, and the value of 0 of the peer companies that do not use blockchain technology. The results are very similar, right? Positive and statistical significant coefficient for the accrual earnings management regression, indicating that actually two similar companies, with the only difference being the use of blockchain technology, we have a significant difference between them in terms of accrual earnings management. The one who uses the blockchain technology is engaged in more accrual earnings management. So this third test corroborates the findings of the previous two tests. Well, the results have been really surprising, and currently we're trying to, let's say, to come up with a potential explanation for these puzzling results. And of course, we aim to empirically explore whether any of these explanations is valid. The first one we thought of is the cost of implementing this technology. I mean, maybe the initial cost for adopting this technology or developing this technology is so high that it might significantly affect the earnings of the company. And maybe the management, it feels the pressure of not letting all these costs hit substantially the profits of the current fiscal period. And that's why they resort to accrual earnings management in order, let's say, to window dress this, the earnings, the current earnings. So this is one potential explanation. And the second one we thought of is actually the fact that companies might feel more reluctant, might feel more safe after using this technology. Why? Because this technology is relatively new, right? So most stakeholders might not be yet, at least yet, able to extract valuable information from this technology. So the firms might be aware of that, and they might feel that there is actually a lower probability of being detected. And that's why they feel more free and less reluctant to engage in accrual earnings management in order to improve the reported earnings. So this is where we currently are. We do some brainstorming regarding the explanations of our results and try to develop some empirical tests to see whether any of these explanations are valid.
Thank you, Kostas. Really very interesting. We have a question from Professor Cbdc.
Yes, of course.
Yes, Costa.
Hello.
Yes. I wanted to ask you whether you thought about the self-selection bias, and you have performed possibly a Heckman test to correct for this possibility. The firms who choose blockchain technology are those which do not intend to commit the earnings management.
So you're saying that the firms that choose to adopt this technology are more likely to engage or not engage in earnings management?
Not engage. But the sign you got and the statistical inference you got is biased because of the self-selection.
Well, that's a very good point. We haven't thought of that. we can definitely run such a test to see if our results are subject to this bias. Yes, we can do that.
Usually we do the Heckman to see if it's a robust. If there's a possibility of such selection, a Heckman test shows you whether you got robust results.
All right.
If with the Heckman you get different results, then there wasn't a problem with the self-selection that would have a possible explanation of what you got there.
Yeah.
These people using blockchain technology because they feel their will be detected is a viable proposition, but you have to research it a little bit further.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Cbdc. Kostas, thank you again.
Thank you.
Let's move to our next speaker, Lawrence.
Hello there.
Hi.
Hi. I realise I have the graveyard slot, everyone, so I promise I'll try and keep it relatively exciting.
Yes.
Okay, so let me just share my screen and also start on the right one. Can I just confirm that you guys can see all of this? Can you see my screen? Hello? Venny, you're muted, so I don't know if you're saying anything about whether I can...
Everything is okay.
Ah, fantastic. Okay. I was having a bit of a crisis there, thinking that I was just being ignored in silence. So, again, apologies in advance if my connection gets a bit unstable. I moved into a new house 12 hours ago, and I'm currently using my phone to tether to the internet. This room is the only one that's been made up. So, right, I'll introduce. I am not the original speaker for this slot, so thank you, Venny, for putting me in. And this talk is going to be, I don't want to say blue sky, but it's definitely a new application of blockchain technology with artificial intelligence and the potential that we have for the financially underserved. So I will, after all of that, I'll introduce myself. My name is Dr. Lawrence Day. I live in Leeds, actually probably just down the road from where Kostas is. And I am the CTO of a startup named Onboarding, and we will get to that later. So let's start. And when I say let's start, there we go. So Joseph Stiglitz back in 1969 discovered that, well, observed really that wealth distribution, as well as many other things, follow your Pareto rule, the 80-20. Most wealth is accrued by the top 20. We always talk about the 1% with 99% of the wealth, etc. However, it turns out that the same holds for, in general, for banking clients, where most revenue that's being made by a bank is obtained by simply maintaining their most profitable departments. I used to work at Standard Chartered Bank. They had a premium division, and that was, the leather chairs, and that's where the attention went. With that said, the majority of the population that are in a position where perhaps they do not have a decent credit score, or they are geographically dislocated from traditional financial institutions, just aren't really in a position where they can get access to formal credit. Administration costs are often high, based for low returns, because they often don't take large loans out. And really, from an economic point of view, it just makes more sense for them to focus on their existing bases. Now, that's not to say that the 80% of people that fall under this thin right tail are to be written off. There is business to be done in serving these people, because okay, I should point out, as I said in my previous slide, all citations are on the last slide. There is a big bunch of them, and I will make sure that you can all have them at the end. Credit access is inelastic. If people are desperate enough for a loan, regardless of the interest rate, people are going to take it up. And so this was a big driver for example, the creation of the Grameen Bank in Bangladesh and the general idea of microfinance institutions. So they are bank-like in that risk and revenue are priorities of theirs, but their goal is a social mission rather than maximizing profit. However, it turns out that often because of the small scale size of these institutions, you can see things like administrative costs can be up to 50 cents on the dollar for any amount that they loan. In India, for example, where I will focus quite a lot of this talk on, central bank restrictions mean that they can't hold deposits from any depositors. And it means that because of the situation that they're in, they often have to charge interest rates that are, we're talking 25%. What they'll often do is they'll borrow money from the central bank for about 11 or 12%, lend it out at about double, and because of their administrative costs, only take about a 1% skim. And these kind of stresses can often end up leading to exactly the kind of behaviors that they were trying to subvert in the first place: predatory payday loaning, threat, usury, etc. So, what happens if you can't have if you don't have access to formal credit, and if microfinance institutions aren't working for you? Well, you turn to your friends and family. And if we, again, I mentioned I was going to talk about India. The Indian credit market is massive in terms of its informal sector. There's a huge credit gap for small and medium enterprises. I think it's 17 trillion rupees, so $400 billion as of 3 years ago. And by comparison, a huge chunk of all MSME lending takes place in the informal sector. This is all just friends and family. And millions and millions of women are involved in these self-help groups, rainy day funds. So let's say that, Veni, you and I, let's say we're friends. We're friends now. And I have said to you, I'm willing to, in the event that you need it, I will lend you $1,000. You just let me know when you need it and I will give it to you, and I'll just put it to the side, or I'll have it in my wallet. But I say that if you do borrow it, I want it at 5% interest, and ideally I'll have you take it out over the course of about a year. And there might be some other things, like we've dealt with each other in the past. We know that you repay on time or in advance, etc. And we can concretize these kind of contracts. Now, again, these kind of in place in developing nations such as Zimbabwe, in suburbs of Kenya, or in Kenyatta rather, in India, these are often just ledgers. And yes, you can end up turning these into what effectively look like mathematical equations. Simply saying it's a credit line between X and Y for a certain amount of money, for a certain amount of time, at an interest rate, a minimum interest rate, for a certain amount of collateral as a minimum. And let's say that it's the first time that you and I have actually loaned money to each other. Then we will say, actually, I assume your default risk is 50%. I don't know if you're going to pay me back or not, so it might as well just be a coin flip. Now, in communities where informal lending networks are significant, these structures arise organically, right? Just because I'm going to lend money to you, I will also perhaps have several people like my father-in-law, my wife, my brother, who will in turn offer money to me, saying, if you need it, we will lend you up to $600. We'll lend you up to 5,000. My wife trusts me with nothing, but I'll exclude that. But if you have a situation where, for example, my wife trusts me and I trust you, with the ability to say, if you need money, this is what I'm willing to lend to you, you end up forming your indirect credit lines. But what you can see here at this bottom, if these two new credit lines that end up being inferred by virtue of the fact that we know each other socially, I don't know the amount of money that I'm willing, that, for example, my wife would be willing to lend to you. I don't know how much interest rate she would be willing to accept. I don't know how much collateral she would be willing to take either. And if you repeat this process however many times, so my own wife then goes to her friends, you go to your friends, you end up with, and I'll just pull up a second document here. You end up with something that looks a little bit, this is a simplified example, like this. Right? Directions here just simply point to credit lines that are extended. Right, back to this. I can never remember the thing. Oh, it's Control L. So if we have situations where people who don't directly know each other but do have people in between that they do know, why don't we know what their limits or their preferred interest rates or collateral ratios are? And this is still a problem in informal lending situations in developing nations. It may be the case that even though you're willing to extend money to me and I'm willing to extend money to someone else, regardless of the amount of money that I'm willing to extend to someone, I am a terrible judge of character. And every time that I offer to make a loan to someone, it turns out they're probably more likely than not to default, which means that the next, maybe after a few times of that happening, the next time that I say, oh, by the way, here's a loan that you can perhaps get involved in, you're going to go, actually, I don't trust you that much. So we end up with this nice little graph theoretic problem and this idea of credit flow, like where credit can flow in a most effective way, how interest rates can be set, collateral that's required, etc. I'm trying to not read just text directly off the slides, and I apologize if there is just a massive chunk of it. I will hope that some of these will be made available afterwards. Now, let's talk about mobile money, right? I grew up in sub-Saharan Africa. I moved to Johannesburg shortly after apartheid ended and spent a lot of time in some countries like Kenya, Zimbabwe, what have you. And you have apps like M-Pesa, where nowadays, and even 5 years ago, it's pretty much now the default way of dealing with money. It's easier than cash. It's faster than cash. It's all dealt with by just an SMS API. And so my phone's beeping and I'm trying to ignore it. And everyone has their own phone number. Or in situations in countries like Somalia, maybe they have their own SIM card and there's a communal phone where they'll just plug it in. But generally, everyone has a phone number that they can tie to their identity. So, okay, let's make this a little bit more formal. Okay, a credit line doesn't need to be between myself, Lawrence Day, and my wife, Nicola Day. We can instead say, okay, a credit line is actually between our phone numbers. And if we're both on a program like M-Pesa, then it simply means that if I was to send a text going, I am willing to lend X money to this person, it would just be done at a certain amount of rate, interest rate for a certain tenor. Please, I am going a little bit fast. I think I talk a bit fast for these things, so slow me down if needs be. But mobile wallet markets and payments are projected to increase massively over the next 5-8 years. I have one more turning up in chat. 5 minutes. That's fine. Thank you. When we talk about crypto, if we talk about blockchain, and again, thank you, Kostas, for talking about the benefits that there are of using these using platforms such as blockchain for auditability and non-tamperability. It turns out there is another easy way to have an identifier that isn't your phone number. You can have an address on a cryptocurrency network, for example, an Ethereum address, and it's a lot less easy to steal. Right, so if someone jacks your phone, surprise, surprise, they've got your SMS. They can spoof you. But an Ethereum address tied to a private key makes it a lot less easy to fake that you are someone else. You have the ability to sign messages and prove that you are who you are. And more importantly, it does mean that instead of just ringing someone up and going, who is this? You can say, I can actually selectively say, I am this person, and I will reveal it to you by sending you a message. right? So anonymity is very much enforced unless I choose to reveal it. So, I should point out here, I'm trying to think of my point. So let's imagine that someone wants a loan. And let's say, again, I want a loan. And I send a message out to all of the people that have extended trust to me and said, hello guys, I would like a loan. They in turn will say, Lawrence is someone that I know that wants a loan. I'm willing to give them a certain amount of money towards their loan, but I don't want to be saddled with all of this debt. So what I would like to do perhaps is, if you would like to participate towards the loan, I will pay you I will take money off you, I will pay you a slightly lower interest rate, and I will add some collateral onto it. So it becomes less risky for you. You get an opportunity to invest that you wouldn't previously have had, and I get the benefit of the difference between the interest rates. But more importantly, as this message goes further and further, the 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon, eventually someone who's sitting there going, I have absolutely no idea who this original person is that wants this loan. And so their demand is that they're going to want basically 99 cents on the dollar guaranteed on their loans. This is the kind of thing that can be broadcast on a blockchain network very, very fast, and also encrypted in a way that only recipients that need to participate in certain steps can view. And again, thank you, Kostas, for covering a lot of the stuff that I was going to talk about, in that blockchain allows you to say lenders and borrowers can interact with each other without knowing who they were beforehand. They get the opportunity to be exposed to loans that they wouldn't necessarily have known about. You can't go back and adjust things without significant computational power. The danger of trusting a potentially corrupt financial institution is zilch, because again, unless you control 51% of power of a network, then not happening, and trustless. Just because I know who my direct trustors are, I know that their Ethereum addresses are these people, but people that I know, they don't. They just know that I trust this person. So what do we end up with? And this is my last texty slide, and I realize I've gone from very few words per slide to quite a lot. So I apologize. So capital, there's something like $17 trillion in the United States that's currently sitting in negative yield loans, which is just not working hard enough, right? And there's an opportunity for it to be directed to places where it's needed, where previously they just would not know that these investment opportunities would be known to them. In the event that someone was to take a loan out on a network formed like this, most of the risk is taken by the people who were directly closest to that person, right? Because again, as a loan goes further out, I don't trust you as much, so therefore I want more collateral, which means that, breaching this social contract, for example, if I default on a loan and my wife and my father-in-law are the people that feel the pinch, I'm going to die. That's a significant repayment mechanism. Distributed ledger tech can be used to capture and prove all of these negotiation processes in an unalterable way. So auditors have a very easy time of it. And for things like mobile money, you end up just being in a situation where you go, a decision has been made, fire off an API call to an SMS thing, money has been transferred into my phone app. Hooray. I perhaps didn't even have to think about blockchain involvement. And to conclude, in these situations where there isn't access to, say, governmental structure where you can do things like build up credit score, or say, you've taken out loans for home improvement, or any kind of societal safety net, we end up being able to substitute societal trust as a proxy for your credit score, which in turn, over the lifetime of that you get involved, could maybe, perhaps, become a documentable history that you could use to say, I am actually more trustworthy than my zero documentation permits. Mandatory company pitch. I'm working on this and have been working on it for a year. There is some stuff to be seen on. Again, I am an academic at heart, but I do work on this stuff. And if you're interested, have a look, send me an email, we'll talk, and your references that I promised at the very beginning. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. I have just a question. If you can summarize what the company sells, what you do for your clients.
So we operate as a B2B2C, where what we do is we provide a platform for companies that are willing to, for example, companies in India often have schemes where they will allow an employee to take out a loan in advance of 1 month's salary because they can encumber that 1 month's salary. Right? Because they can just garnish it and go, well, you took out a loan, too bad. But what you can do is you can instead say, if people are willing to participate by depositing some money into a fund, which could be used for this purpose, then not only is that taking it's less financial pressure off the business in case a bunch of people suddenly get sick and need to take out a loan, but it also gives people the opportunity who would perhaps invest in it to make interest off of those people that have taken loans. So these would be focused, relatively small networks in either corporations or organizations of, say, you can imagine food traders. This whole idea was born out of the idea of enabling credit access for food traders in Yemen. And yeah, there's a couple of others that I can't talk about because of NDAs, but it's focused.
Lawrence, don't do now. We need something to show in September, please.
Yes. Sorry. Yes. So we do, again, I do have a white paper which we've been working on, and that will be the crux of what we discuss in September or whenever we get the chance. I'm letting all the secrets out the bag now, but yes, thank you for the opportunity to talk.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Is Ronald with us? Ronald?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi.
Hi, Faye.
Good. So our last speaker, Ronald, please.
So let's share my screen. I'm there. So thank you for the time. So I'm the last speaker. So
yes.
Okay, after a very long day, I hope I can keep you interested. Thank you very much for this invitation.
Thank you.
I will share my screen, and perhaps I have a very different type of presentation that you've seen before. I followed the last two presentations; were very interesting. Learned a lot, but still a lot of questions. But that's something that's also very interesting, of course, for these kind of events. So, what I'd like to discuss. So let's move this one. Let's full screen. So what I'd like to share with you is something else: how to build the ecosystem for alternative finance. And I want to share the results of a 2-year European project that we've been running with partners throughout Europe. To give a very short introduction, who I am. My name is Ronald Klevelaam. I'm the Managing Director of Crowdfunding Hub. We run European projects on alternative finance, building the ecosystems in Europe. But I'm also Director of the European Center for Alternative Finance at Utrecht University. And the European Center for Alternative Finance is a European network where we work together on academic projects, researching all types of new financing models, from blockchain examples that I've seen in presentations here, to crowdfunding, to all kind of new business and governance structures that we can use. But today I'd like to share or give a very short introduction about the Alternator Hub network. So it's a European network of promotion agencies to structure and to set up and to also very much to promote alternative finance ecosystems in regions, in countries, perhaps sometimes even on a city level, and what you need for that. And why we've done this is that within the Altinator project, we found out that there is still a lot of knowledge needs to be developed by policymakers, financiers, banks, but also academics on working together in a new ecosystem that's being developed. Because the traditional ecosystem where the policymakers were talking with banks and academics were trying to get some input from public or private sources by banks. We see now that the ecosystem of alternative finance is much more diversified, and therefore you need to actively build the connections between all the stakeholders in that industry. And as a test in the last few years, we started a few of these ecosystem builders, and we tried to figure out how that needed to be implemented. And I'm not going to share that today, the results, because one of the findings was also that there is no silver bullet. There's no one solution to build that ecosystem. It has too much to do with all the different other cultural, financial, or legislation elements that lay below, but also the maturity of the financial ecosystem in the countries that made it very complicated. But what I want to share today is that if you have such an ecosystem, how can you scale that ecosystem? And one of these models that we implemented is that by peer learning between these different ecosystems, it makes it very useful to learn from other countries, other cities, and other regions. And therefore, we created a hub network, a network of hubs to connect between them and to share these insights. And so what the network exactly is doing is we're supporting these individual hubs, but also we are working on capacity building. So we try to support these hubs by improving, getting higher quality standards. And to the outside world, it helps to reach out to national or also to the European governments to create new legislation, for example, within the Capital Markets Union. So we have now the European crowdfunding regulation, for example, coming up. And so it gives, for the European Commission, for example, it's a good starting point to reach out to these different ecosystems in the different countries. And in fact, what is it? You can see it's kind of a network of expert centers sharing best practices with each other. And how does such a hub look like? In fact, there are 4 main stakeholders in every country. If you want to develop such an ecosystem with new financing mechanisms, you have to in the end, the users, the end users, the SMEs. So you want to work closely together with the SMEs associations. But also this new industry is growing, is developing, is competing. That's something called working together. So there's the alternative finance industry. But next to this alternative finance industry, of course, there is also a traditional finance industry that you cannot ignore. So venture capital, banking, business angels. So you have to tie in with these stakeholders. And last but not least, of course, you have the policymakers in the government and the regulators that are very sometimes scared about these new financial players that get into this industry. If you see sometimes the fights against cryptocurrencies, even blockchain developments, digital currencies. So also investor protection, for example, with crowdfunding. It's very important to have a very close connection with them. And all of these stakeholders talk with each other bilateral. But what you need to do is create an overarching organization that can reach out to all of them and try to bring them all together where needed and when needed. To give some basic examples, so in the UK, you have an organization called Innovate Finance. It's a very strong organization with links to different types of alternative finance providers, but also has a very strong position to the government. So have very strong has a lot of meetings with MPs discussing new government proposals. So in the Netherlands, we have Stichting MKB Financiering. It's translated, it's the Foundation for SME Finance. So their main goal is indeed developing the whole ecosystem of SME finance, and specifically, of course, alternative SME finance, and develop that market. And if you, in another country like Estonia, you have strong networks called Finance Estonia, where the industry, together with the regulated, but also the traditional, finance industry and the alternative finance industry work very closely together in one association. Actually, that we are working now on launching several other hubs this year in Europe, and we're also talking with to see if we can launch a Greek hub. I think that's also very important if we can do that, because we've seen that this will really accelerate the development of the end SME finance, because that's the end goal, of course, to have more and more diverse financing available for SMEs. You need such an accelerator also in a country. So, and what's the added value? Why are these hubs interested to join this network? One of them is that we've done, of course, this European project already for a couple of years, and we developed a lot of knowledge, a lot of insight, but also a lot of resources that can be reused. So research materials, but also documentation that can be reached out to SMEs, to finance professionals. It can help to support national lobby, for example, for national regulation, financial regulation. And most of them are also very happy to join, because you are joining a European network of experts and expertise. So what kind of resources are there? Just give some examples. We've developed a massive open course on alternative finance, just a 101, very low introduction course. So we run the first course in October 2019. We had over 1,000 global participants joining this online course. And we ran it at the beginning of this year for a second time. But this course, of course, can be reused. We have translations running, so that can be used also in other countries and by other hubs. We've developed some investor materials, investor manuals, basic tips and tricks for private investors, for institutional investors, but also for public investments, for governments, local or national governments, why they should invest, co-invest through the different alternative finance providers. So, and one of the last slides I'd like to share here, and then looking for some of the questions, is one of the activities that we're doing within this network is that we have a national hub support program that we start from scratch, from the beginning. We help develop that development of that hub in a country, and we see that that's always a co-creation. We have basic resources, we have basic elements already in place. They need to be adapted to the local situation, but you can reuse 80% of the material that's out there already. So that gives it a head start, of course, to start such a hub. So thank you. That's my presentation for now.
Thank you, Ronald. Thank you very much.
So I see there are some questions in the chat.
Do you?
Oh, okay. No real questions. Any questions specifically?
Actually, we don't have time for questions.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much. And hopefully we have the Greek hub also here. And so to meet the needs of the Greek market. Thank you again very much. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. I thank all the participants, the moderators, and I would like again to thank the Bank of Greece, the national regulator, the Hellenic Capital Market Commission, the Cypriot Security Exchange Market, the University of Piraeus, and especially the Dean, Chris Stefanadis, for hosting us, my colleague Dimitris Voliotis, and his student Labrini Zarbalach, and the person behind the camera, Nikos Delis, and the academic friends have to consider to give him a full scholarship for his studies. Thank you, and hope to see you soon. Welcome you to Athens. Bye. Bye, everyone. Bye-bye.
Again, thank you again.
Bye.
Μέσα είναι ανοιχτά.